Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, July the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, William. Okay, Taurus. The only thing I can think of is that everybody is still required to fill out the exchange agreements to prove that you're not a professional. I think that that can happen. I mean, we're just required by the exchanges every single year to do it. So that's the only thing I can think of, Tora. So if you go to the homepage, okay, I just put the homepage link in there and give them your email and tell them that you use my code, etc., and all that, okay, and ask them to check your account. That could be the reason, okay. Yeah, you filled that out in the past, but it has to be done every year. This is a common problem is that people don't read the emails or don't, or just sort of forget about the emails. We don't want to do it, but the exchanges are forcing us to do it every single year. And if we don't do it, they fine us. So, okay. So that's possibly what happened. I know you did it in the past already, but it has to be done every year. Okay. That could be the reason. That's all I can think of. And I'm sorry about that, but we get a lot of angry people wondering why is their account been stopped. We have no choice because if you don't, I'm just talking to you, Taurus, but other people, if you don't fill out those exchange agreements every single year to let us know that you're not a professional, the exchanges come after us and say, okay, cut them off, or we want them to pay us, as the professional fees that we're due. Anyway, so hopefully that's it. That'll be a simple fix. Okay. So what is happening, guys? Wow, Carvana. I mean, what can you say about Carvana? CVNA, it's actually an earnings play. Yes, it's an earnings play. But it's all about the short float, okay, guys? 49% at least is short float. And the used car dealer says it will slash its debt load. Struck a deal with most of its term bondholders to cut its outstanding debt by more than 1 billion. Anyway, like the shorts are just getting killed here, obviously. So we'll see what happens. This is not shortable. Oh, now there are shares available. Interesting. Now there are shares available. 661,000 interactive brokers to short. Not that I want to short it right now, but interesting that there are shorts available. Yeah, that TOST. I mean, yesterday's press release, looked pretty good. This is on the 18th. Yeah, today's the 19th. Yeah, Josh Brown, as Grumpy is saying, bought more of the stock, but then today, and I don't understand exactly what this is all about, but to remove a 99 cent order processing fee, and that has just tanked the stock from 27 got all the way down to 23. It's having a little bit of a pop here, but that is TOST. OMC is an earnings play. We're getting a few more earnings plays now, guys. OMC is an earnings play. This is down 8%, big float, 200 million in the float. Big gap down, big gap down. The next low's looking left, look around 89.44-ish. So maybe that supports it. And interestingly, and I say this tongue in cheek, I am Interactive Brokers, IBKR is an earnings play, okay, down 5%. I actually checked to see if there were shares available to short, wondering if Interactive Brokers would restrict the short sales, but nope, there are almost a million shares available. VRM, Vroom is up, let's see, 13%. It's actually pulled back a little bit here. Don't see any specific news on it. But it's had a great, yeah, about a two and a half month run from 76 cents up to 250. SRT, oops, SRT, little gap up. Okay, they're up on a buyout offer. They're up on a buyout offer. Okay, Star Star Tech, not Star Trek, but Star Tech. So they're up on a buyout offer. Now I'm going to take a look at T and also Verizon, but FYBR is making a bit of a comeback now. Quite a little bit yesterday, a little bit of a comeback yesterday, but still closed below the open. Key area for to try to get above today would be about 14. And again, this is all to do with the lead line cables, underground cables with these telecommunication companies. Let's take a look at T to see whether or not this is doing the same thing. Yeah, look at that. So T is actually above the high of 2 days ago. Okay, lots and lots of volume, 4.8 million. It's a big float, but that's a big move, 6%. And it's above the high of 2 days ago. SFT, SFT, SFT. Don't see any news on this one. I always delay my comments just in case I'm just scouring the news headlines. I don't see it. I don't see anything for SFT. Right at the 200-day moving average and the VWAP. Right at it. 253 is the 251 is the VWAP, and 200-day moving average is 253. So right in that area. And then remember, I've talked about these in a long time, it seems. But Western Alliance, WAL. Remember these days? And so anyway, they've had an earnings play, moving a little bit down, 2.8% down on earnings, WAL. And now I know Paradox mentioned DMAC. I do have it. I have it at the top, just as a scroll. This is it's an acquisition excuse me, an acquisition company. So yeah, I mean it spiked up to 20. Obviously incredibly risky. Only 336,000 in the float. I guess they keep talking about deep medicine. Deep medicine to golf to merge with golf simulation company. Okay. True golf. True golf. Okay. So that's going to be that is who they've decided to merge with, take public. All right. Let's take a look at some of the other ones that are on this list. Now we're starting to get just a few more earnings plays. This is a more expensive one. No, it's on the upside, more expensive one. I saw one down here. Yeah, here's ELV. ELV is an earnings play. Again, it's very expensive, but for those who maybe play options on it, I don't know. Coming into the 200-day moving average, 478, so it's only $5 away from the 200-day moving average area. And that is ELV, big earnings play. Big gap up, actually. And let's see if I know there was another one. Okay, yeah, CVNA, another new pre-market high. CVNA, another new pre-market high. Where now that is interesting. Now, unless I made a mistake and I actually it hadn't refreshed, maybe it was from a previous stock. Because now I'm looking at CVNA and Interactive Brokers, and I'm sure I mentioned that it had 600,000 shares available. None now. So I don't know. I can't believe that they've all been snapped up in the 5 minutes since I looked. So it may have been that it didn't change. Maybe I was still stuck on a previous stock. It's possible. Give me a moment, please. So again, if that's the case, then with CVNA, if IB doesn't have, I mean, I know that Centerpoint and Cobra and probably Trade Zero probably all have lots of shorts available, but probably a lot of brokerage firms will not. So again, there will be no short selling pressure. But look at these. I just don't understand. I mean, such a massive short float. Anybody verify that for me also with anybody with IB when I was talking about there were 600,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers not about 5 minutes ago, maybe 10 minutes ago? Did you see the same thing? Or maybe see, sometimes what happens is, well, CVNA is up here. Sometimes what happens is I've clicked on another symbol and it hasn't changed. So I'm still seeing the old data from another symbol. Okay, guys, so here we go. Look at Verizon. I forgot to look at Verizon, VZ. So T, Verizon, and Fiber, FYBR. So Verizon and T almost look identical in that they're both of them are just above the highs of 2 days ago. Okay, both of them. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. I mean, they'll try to locate them for you, but as I say, 5 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago, again, unless it was just it hadn't refreshed, it said 600,000 shares available. Interactive Brokers. But anyway, no, now I know now. I know now. I'm talking about 5 or 10 minutes ago. Anybody look at this market, guys. Look at this market little rip here at 9 o'clock. Okay, 9:12. Let me take a look and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. If there's anything interesting. Again, we don't have as many upgrades as downgrades. So Bank of America has upgraded Blue, BLUE, BLUE. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, okay. Now, initially they had a price target of 6, and now they've upgraded it to 10. Okay, so that is Blue. Look at these. That is Blue. Let's see, CQP. Okay, JP Morgan has upgraded Cisco. Let's take a look at Cisco. They've gone from 55 to 62. Yeah, okay. So they initially had it at 55. Now they're upgrading it to $62 price target. A lot of stuff to get through, but that has obviously, I'm assuming that has helped. There's another one, Forward Air by Baird, FWRD, and they've upgraded this one with a price target of 130, from 106 to 130. So they originally had it at 106, and that's been met, obviously. Now 130 for, again, guys, when you're listening to me, you're wondering, well, this stock is now at 114. They're saying 130. Do I just buy it right now? I like sink everything into it? No. But this is obviously affecting it right now. There's a few more upgrades to go. Aha! Now, who was talking about Snowflake yesterday, guys? Somebody in the room was talking about Snowflake, SNOW, and they've been upgraded to, well, it's way past now. Way, way, way. Oh, excuse me. Well, it's interesting. It's in the upgrades. It says, okay, it's an upgrade from underperform to neutral with a price target of 173. Well, it's broken through that. So yeah, I see some shares. Yeah, some shares available now at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I see 131,000 also. So there might have been a lot of covering. So there are 131,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers right now for Carvana. This is very weird. That means I was right. That means that six about over 600,000 were snapped up. Okay, let's take a look at some of the downgrades. Let's see, many more downgrades than upgrades. We've got a downgrade for T, but that's not helping. That's not working today. Let's see if it's anything from Goldman. Yeah, there's this. Wow, Joby's just getting hit here, guys. Joby by JP Morgan. I'm sorry. Yeah, JP Morgan. JOBY getting hit. They put a price target of around 5 to 6 now on it. That's what caused somebody who was wondering yesterday why all of a sudden Joby was getting hit, and that was the reason. Okay, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. How do I dock it? You've got to go to, if you go to the guide, I mean, I can't explain it right now, JC Dave, but I mean, you go to the guide, it explains docking. Okay. If you go to our guide, I can put my homepage link in and you can take a look. It explains how to dock anything, not just that one, but anything. Okay. I can't explain it right now, JC, but if you go to the guide and you cannot figure it out or it doesn't make sense to you, ask me a little bit later. Okay. So I just put my homepage link in and go to the education section and then go to the user guide. And where you see docking, there you go, docking. It is explained how to dock anything. Okay. But again, just if it doesn't make sense to you, don't be afraid to ask me later on. Don't be afraid, but just ask me later on. All right, guys, 9:19. So let's take a look at the sector. So everything is popping this morning. Look at the SPY. So I'm sure every sector, except maybe energy. We'll have to take a look. I'm going to click on from our toolbar, click on new, docked channel bar, click on show more, and then click on sector status. And we're going to see what energy is doing. Still the only major one that is underneath. Okay. Everything is positive, guys. So what you're seeing here, XLE, that is so these are all the major sectors. So there's XLE, the major ETF for energy. 81% green. What does that mean? That means 81% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay. So you can just see virtually every sector is well over 50%. Okay. As we speak, it doesn't mean it's going to remain that way. But as always, so interested to see when and if XLE will finally get over the 200-day moving average. All right, so I had a decent day yesterday, but that blue line right there, if you can see my daily chart, that is a 200-day moving average. And so it is still below it. And then what was the other one? XLP. I think that was flirting with it. XLP. Yeah, so XLP is still above it. And let's take a look at, well, let's go over some of them. The ones that were kind of, yeah, XRT is still above it. Retail, healthcare, XLV. That's the one I was thinking of. So XLV now did pop above and hold above the 200-day moving average. So I think that XLE is the only major sector. The energy sector is the only one below the 200-day moving average. And let's for just for fun, we'll take a look at communications and tech. I'm sure they're way above. Though communications can't even see the 200-day moving average. There it is, way down here, that blue line. Communications way, way, way above it. And take a look at technology, XLK, way, way above it, way above it. We'll take a look at financials because I know financials is above it, not way above it, but it certainly helped yesterday by, yeah, I mean, it's starting to move away from it. So again, XLE, the only major, right now, the only major sector that is below the 200-day moving average. And why do I bring up the 200-day moving average? You know, in a kind of, in a very simplistic way, below the 200-day moving average, bad. Above the 200-day moving average, good. Okay. I mean, that's a very simplistic way of explaining it. Well, it is interesting, you know, with the Carvana, but the other ones, not even close. I mean, the AMC, you know, the one AMC and GME, the ones that were really leading this, whatever you want to call it, okay, the conspiracy theory, AMC and GME, not even close. They've just been sitting around doing nothing, or Carvana is leading the charge. Okay, I've got an interesting article for later on for AMC and GME about the so-called shorts. Anyway, um, I take a look at Lex. Okay, LEXX, LEXX, LEXX. Going to break one. Yeah, I mean, well, what's the high right there? The high right there is 91 cents, 91 and a half cents. What's above that? The next high looking left would be a dollar 33. Yeah, interesting. Important new US patent for dehydratech nicotine. Who smokes still? Why are you trying to access the room but keeps kicking him out? Hmm. Well, let me give. You can try the direct. Well, it's not a direct link, but I mean, you've got to. Here's the trading room. It shouldn't be that difficult. Just create your email. But here, let him try this. It's frustrating. I don't understand. Every now and then, somebody says that. So give him, it's possible. I haven't booted anybody for a long time or banned anybody for a long time. Give him that link, Kristen, okay? Give him that link just to see. And at the very least, if that still doesn't work, I can give you our homepage and maybe somebody can help him. Okay. But try that link that I just gave you, the direct trading room link. And if that doesn't work, tell him to go to the homepage and ask the question. Give him the email address that he used to sign up, and maybe they can help him. I just can't help him. Okay, guys. Now the fiber, is it above 2 days ago? Not yet. Getting close though. So it's catching up to T, AT&T, and Verizon in terms of getting above the high of 2 days ago. I think I forgot to mention SXTP. I think I forgot to mention it. SXTP. Let's see if it's still hanging in there. Yeah, I don't see 60 degrees. I'm just looking to see if I see any headline for it. I don't see any headline for it that I can find, but this is up 31%, guys, 2.4 million in the float. This was I guess an IPO or a symbol name change last week. I think it was an IPO. Okay, guys, fiber is now this may be a great short. Okay, I mean, this is just a rebound. I mean, the shock of that Wall Street Journal article hitting these telecommunications companies. 1, 2, 3, 4 days down. Yesterday was the pause, and now a bit of a recovery for them, and that is T, Verizon, VZ, and Fiber, FYBR. Yeah, it'll be interesting. What will happen with Tesla today, after hours, post after hours? So that is what Taurus is talking about. Riven would be a sympathy play, RIVN. So if Tesla's earnings come in good, could of course drag up the whole sector. All right, guys, we have less than a minute. I don't think I got my announcement from William. We have less than a minute to the open. Just give me one moment, please. We have less than a minute to the open, guys, so I'm going to get rid of this. And as always, I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Pretty conservative that way. I like to see things settle down a bit. SPY is still surging higher here, surging higher. All right, we are now open. Okay, I didn't mention this PBLA. I did see it, PBLA. Guess I should have mentioned it. Look at this potential. I mean, it's got to get over 290. What did it get to this morning? Got up to 250. It gets over 290. Look at the potential gap fill. 637. So that is PBLA, low float. And there was some news. All right, fiber FYBR looks like it's at 2 day ago high briefly anyway. Meanwhile, um, TOST continues. It had a little bit of a pop up, but continues to move down. I was thinking about you, Tank, regarding CVNA. Well, first of all, it was an earnings play. So look at this market, guys. Look at this. You've got big giant green bar so far to start. We're only a minute in. Big pop up for the SPY. And there's T-Mobile. Sorry, not T-Mobile, AT&T. Excuse me. There is AT&T. The next test would be 1481. I think William, didn't you take some tea a few days ago? I think I remember you were talking about that. Add to a position, okay? Hmm. Look at CVNA now. Now, out of curiosity, are there still shorts available? Yeah, they're dwindling 74,000 at Interactive Brokers. Remember, I can only speak for Interactive Brokers. And I'm not touching this, okay? I mean, you never know what's going to happen. Also, it's trying to hold the VWAP. 5142 is the VWAP. It's right at it. Interesting. Nothing on the options plays yet. All right, guys, this is one that's been followed. KSCP above yesterday's high. My problem is very close to two, very close to two. So, but there is KSCP. Whoa, this just ran. HROW. Look at HROW just running here, just running. So they announced on the earnings on the 9th, but they're doing some kind of a pre-release. They're pricing a $60 million stock offering, and then seeing Q2 revenue in excess of 31 million above the consensus. So that is the reason for. Okay, guys, I hope this doesn't boot me out. I should have done this earlier. Okay. Look at HROW. ICAD, ICAD. Are we watching ICAD today? I don't know. Not yet, anyway. Just too early for me to take anything, but let's take a look at the SFT. 257. Shady's in this one, 257 over the 200-day moving average. So that's good. Looking left, the next high looking left is, well, the next high looking left on the weekly is 262. Possible that'll stop it for a bit. Sound is breaking up. Is the sound breaking up for everybody? How's my sound, guys? Okay. So must be on your end, draw D. Okay. Normal clue is unless we get a bunch of people saying the same thing. So it's on your end. Maybe do a refresh. So the SPY is still surging, guys. SPY is still surging. HROW did not take this. This is just ripping here. HROW. Give me a moment, please. That's why. Did we already discuss Carvana? What do you think by the dip? Yes, of course we did. Mil. That's a tough word. That's a tough one. Fui. That's a tough word to pronounce. Thousand sheets. Anyway, I know. Good morning. I think you're new. Bienvenue. Now look at Carvana, guys, starting to really give it up. That's what it was, Taurus. You were the one, I think, talking about snow yesterday. Milf, fui, fui. That is a tough one to say. Look at this market, guys. Big opening, green candle. PBLA. Oh, Shady mentioned this one. 290, massive area to try to take out. I'm going to stick an alert up in that, a little over three. I'm going to put an alert at, because if it can take that out, I don't remember what happened on that day, but it got hammered that day from about $5, and it sank all the way down to $1.80. All right, we are getting some earnings or some option plays now. Option scans from the option scanner. FTI. This is actually negative for the day, but it is moving higher right now. FTI. PBLA is also showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Too early again for me to act on anything like this, but again, big level for to take out is the 3 level, and that is the PBLA. So Vroom, which was popping higher in the pre-market, is starting to fade. VRM. Again, little bit strange. We don't see this that often anyway. So there's VRM. The suggestion is to short it. It is up for the day. And FTI, the suggestion is to go long and it is down for the day. Again, it's too early. Too early for me anyway. Wow, haven't seen this one for a long time. Used to see it a lot. Look at IMGN. IMGN. It's an all-time high now, guys. IMGN is an all-time high. IMGN, all-time high. If there's any news on this one, that was on the 17th, which was a couple of days ago. They're going to have earnings on the 31st. So they had a conference call to discuss its second quarter operating results, but officially they don't release until the 31st. Halliburton, HAL is an earnings play, guys. HAL is an earnings play. HAL. Let's see what probably coming into about an hour ago, about a dollar from now. About a dollar is some pretty tough looking resistance for HAL. Wow. Well, again, if you're a little less conservative than I am, there was the alert, HROW 1949, 2118 now. Wow. And this is on the 10-day daily breakout. I just don't like trading in the first 15. And again, I run the risk that something like that is going to happen. But more times than I've just seen it too many times where a stock will do this and then come right back down. So that's typically why I like to wait at least 15 minutes, but sometimes something will just keep running and running and running. Now, is it shortable for me? Yes, 1.85 million are available. Interactive brokers. If I think it's coming into this, looks like up here, this 2150 mark looks like it could be some resistance for HROW. So, Dan D, are you having a problem with my sound? So, okay, just a general statement. If you can hear me a little bit, if you're having sound issues, just do a refresh, okay? Oh, you're not. Okay, I thought you meant the sound was a problem. Okay. Okay. Risky business. PWM, guys. PWM, another low float, 3 million in the float. Yesterday's high was way up here at 2663. This is an IPO from 2 weeks ago. So ATVI is actually an earnings play. Of course, there are news all the time about this Microsoft buyout. Looks like it's going to go through, but here's ATVI. It is an earnings play. Marveling at the spine. What time is it now? 9:44. Another another 30 seconds for this opening 15-minute candle to close. So this is a huge start. What happened with the PBLA? Got close to three, not quite take it out. Thank you. By the dip, I appreciate that. And of course, lots of other great traders in this room. Riot and Maria running one. I haven't looked at Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin's up. Well, again, William, are gonna jump all over me. I know, but I have 30,000, a little over 30,000 up 320. And I'm kidding, William, a little bit. I guess we are on a bit of a delay for some reason. Interactive brokers with the Bitcoin price. Look at fiber now, guys. FYBR, important level, I think, is over 14 right now. It's above, yeah. So this is above yesterday's or 2 days ago high, 1394. The next high looking left is 1603. So, boy, oh boy, this holds 14. This could be a good play. I mean, Verizon, and FYBR are recovering. Do I play CVNA? Yeah, if it sets up, matchy hit like any other stock. If it sets up, I wasn't going to chase it in the pre-market. Wasn't going to short it, but if it sets up later, I may be trading. I mean, it's like any other stock. There's fiber, guys. Fiber, fiber, fiber. Shoot. It jumped on me. It jumped on me. Son of a whatever. It just jumped on me. I was trying to get it at 14, 18. Wow. Well, might get a chance later. And if you took it, the news is still out there. Okay, I mean, the news is still out there with fiber, T, and Verizon. The bottom line, Maggie, I'll trade any stock. Okay, it's just they have to set up for me. The WAL, yes, WAL is coming back. So now this is positive and it's above yesterday's high earnings play. Look at this gap. Of course, this is all about the regional banks. When we had that, all that stuff was happening back in, seems like ancient history now, doesn't it? Back in March. MACD, okay, MACD, okay. Male, female, doesn't matter, or whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, now there's your bounce now for CVNA. Now we have our first halt of the day. And something happened here to my, give me a moment. Something happened here. There we go. Hmm. It should be, well, it should be on. The Chris microphone is on. So it should be on. Hmm. Wonder why. Now I had to do normally I put my computer to sleep overnight and then but I couldn't, it wouldn't wake up. So I had to do a reboot. So I'm wondering if that something happened there. Look at the fiber. In my settings for driving me crazy, Pepe. I don't understand. It says it's on and I don't understand. Well, Oh, skies, TOST. This is boy, this is just getting hammered down. 2310. 23 is maybe where it could hold. TOST. Paradox mentioned LAXX. Did it break a dollar? It was under a dollar last time I looked. Yeah. So, I mean, what's my thoughts on it? I mean, they have some news. The U.S. patent for this particular product, a nicotine product. If it takes out a dollar, the next high looking left is $1.33. So I guess it would have some room. Other than that, I have no other thoughts. Jehoshaphat research, another new one. All right, there's the PBLA guys. Okay, PBLA. Well, it was at three. Big level to try to hold. I mean, right there is the high, 290. Big level to try to hold. I do want this one, but I want to see how well it holds over three. That whole number can be a tough one to crack. I just want to see how well it holds over three. It got up to 307. So it's extended now, so that can be an issue. But look at the Joby guys. Joby just at Morgan, was it Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan? I think it was JP Morgan. They really downgraded this one yesterday. Okay, look at Joby. Okay, you're talking about looking left, Tony. So if I want to, first thing I'm going to do is saying, okay, it's moving down. Yes, I'm going to look left on the daily chart. Next low looking left on the daily chart is 683. That means that, there is no chart support for this Joby. Okay, doesn't mean it's going to keep going down to 683, but that gets me super interested in a short on this. That's what I talk about when I say look left. Just the reverse, if I want to go long something and I look left on the daily chart and I see the next high a lot higher than the current price, that gets me interested. Okay. Doesn't mean this is a support area it doesn't have absolutely mean it, but it gives me more confidence that at least I take one aspect of why a stock may not, if I want to short this one, why it may not keep going down. I take one aspect of that, the reason why it might not keep going down. I take chart support out of the equation. Okay. Now, if I can't see it on the daily chart, then I look on the weekly chart. So when I say I can't see it, if all of this had been above the current price, then I would have to look at the weekly chart. So that's what I do. Now there's that RXRX again, guys. Now is today the day that it will? What did it do yesterday? See, look what it did yesterday. See, look what it did yesterday. Looked pretty good, didn't it? But again, red candle, narrow body, but tough intraday trader. Yes, I do look at topping tails also. Yes. And again, RXRX had the big news. How many days ago now? 5 days ago, with a big investment from pretty big investment. From NVIDIA. I think it was 50 million, 50 million dollars from NVIDIA. Now, so this is now above that high of that day, but in the pre-market of this day, this got up to almost $19. Well, Javi, some people will use fibs, Fibonacci extension. I don't. Okay. Some people will look at pivot areas. I don't. I'm very simple. Okay. I just look left. If I don't see anything on a daily chart or a weekly chart, that gives me kind of a green light. Okay. But there are a lot of people that use Fibonacci levels, Fibonacci extensions to determine where a stock could go and maybe get blocked. Pivot points. I just don't do it. I try to keep it super, super simple. Doesn't mean, it's a bad thing to do, Fibonacci's, and of course it's not a bad thing. Nothing is bad if it works for you. So, so Magdi, there's nothing that is going to confirm. Okay, nothing, 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 nothing. Okay, if you're looking for the 100% guaranteed success that something is going to bounce, there's nothing that's going to confirm it. Absolutely. Now, if it comes into the VWAP or maybe a 200-day moving average, or looking left on a daily chart or a weekly chart, and you see some support, okay, maybe, but there's no guarantee. You're trying to do something also that's very difficult. Okay, try to predict bounces and predict tops to short. As you say, you can't short, but it's very difficult to predict, stocks where they're going to bounce. And of course, the stock, at some point, will the stock bounce? Usually, yes, but it's really difficult to predict when that's going to happen. Like, oh man, oh man, oh man. I mean, this is my sound alert for this one. I'm trying to short Joby, guys. I'm trying to short it. And when I say try, there are lots of shares available, but this uptick rule, it's down more than 10%. Boy, look at that Carvana bounce. What do I make of monthly, yearly charts that seem to be consistently going down? I don't understand exactly the question. Are you talking just in general, or I mean, if then obviously it's a weak stock, but well, you can see why I waited, guys. PBLA. I'm sure Shady's out of the trade now, but I was waiting for a three break. It broke a little bit above, but I wanted a lot more confirmation. It didn't hold, so didn't take the trade. That's simple. You can see my it did, the price alert did happen, but again, just because I put a price alert doesn't mean I hop into the trade. Now I watch to see what it's doing, and it just didn't look like it was, it was just hovering around that three mark. And now look at it. So I'm sure Shady is out. Well, the news on Joby is the downgrade from I want to say JP Morgan. That was yesterday, and I think they put about a $5 price target on it. I think that is what I think that's the cause for the weakness. Yeah, there we go. JP Morgan right here. JP Morgan downgraded Joby to underweight with a target of 6. And that was yesterday. I mean, it's showing up again today, but that actually happened yesterday too. Okay. Okay, guys. I was able to get some Joby. Now let's see. I do hang in there for a while. So 884. I left it in there and I got in at 884 on a short. So obviously it gets anywhere close to 9. I'm out. But let's see if it has, let's see if that downgrade really has some weight to it. And again, why would I do it? Well, I'll just look left. 687 is the next low. So I don't have to worry about chart resistance or chart support. It may still not work just because there's no chart support or the chart support is far enough away. It still may not work, but I just like to put the odds in my favor. So 884 on the Joby. Jet Blue, JBLU. Wow, look at this. So let's take a look at jets. Okay, here's the ETF for airline industry. So actually, JetBlue is kind of trading on its own a little bit. Let's see, are there any specific news for JetBlue? JBLU. Here we go. Traders circulate activist insight post suggesting an activist investor is said to be eyeing the company. Okay, so there's your little news for JetBlue rumor. Okay, Magda, I mean, you're asking me questions. I mean, I really can't answer. Some friends want me to invest in a penny buy it. What honestly, what do you expect me to say? Okay. I know you're trying to make the big score, put some money in, make the big score so you can get your account up to a certain level, but I'm not the person to ask. Sorry. All right, guys. Wow, look at JetBlue. Boy, look at JetBlue. JetBlue. So the alert came in at 8:49. I did not take it. The next high looking left, 911 or so. Okay, Joby, come on, make a move here. Well, JetBlue on that rumor. Okay, anything else happening here? This JXJT This is a oh, China stock. Okay. Another halt here, guys. BDRX halted on the way up or on the way down? On the way up. So look at this BDRX just halted on the way up. Crazy low float, 220,000 in the float. Go Joby. Every time I see Joby at the top here, the next high looking left is 842 for BDRX. When it comes out of its halt, no real clue. 691. Again, this little blue window that you see, this is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, there's 691. There's the halt. Can't see the price or the symbol, but it is the BDRX, and no real clue where it's going to open. How was Archer doing, or the what was the other one? It's into the 60s. I might take some off. Root. Okay, so I'm asked to explain what the float means. Okay, so here's root as an example, 5 million in the float. So just think of it like this. The float, first of all, the float is derived. These small ones, it's not a good examples, but look at JetBlue. But if you look at Apple, let's take a look at Apple. Okay, everybody knows Apple. So you see what it says. The float is 15.7 billion. Okay, but if you actually found what the number of shares outstanding for Apple was, it'll be over that. It'll be more than 15.7 billion. So why do we get this number then? So typically what happens is you take the number of shares that are outstanding and then you start subtracting from that number how many the C-suiters own. So the CEO, the COO, the CFO, etc., all the C-suiters, how much they own, and also typically the large mutual funds, how much they own, because those shares cannot be traded on a daily basis. Okay, so you take the number of shares outstanding, you subtract all those shares that cannot be traded on a daily basis, and that gives you the float. Okay, that's so Apple has a huge float, 15 billion. Now let's go back to root. Actually, I'm just watching the Joby now, guys. Or what was the other one? The other one that had just a crazy low float. Well, this one, BDRX. Okay, now this is an insanely low float, 220,000 shares. Okay, now for me, anything under 20 million, for me personally, okay, anything under 20 million, I consider a low float. Now, if you were used to trading Apple or Microsoft or any of those ones with billions of shares in the float, those people would probably consider 100 million being a low float. But so it all depends on what you're used to trading. So for me, anything under 20 million is what I would consider a low float. Others may say, no, no, Barry, for me, it's 10 million. Or others might say, for me, 5 million. So there's no real, strict definition of what is a low float. But know this, that the lower that number, This is the only reason a stock like this can be up 43%. I mean, that's an insanely low float, 220,000. Okay. Um, when you get the demand for whatever reason, it's like any other commodity on earth. So low supply, high demand. Now, 670,000, that means it's traded the float three times right now. Okay. Now, if you divide the float into the volume today, it has turned the float over already three times and growing. So now sometimes you're going to see the float turned over 40 or 50, sometimes even 100 times. And which means that there's insane demand and low supply. That's the only reason a stock can go up these huge percentages. Okay. So that's why, and a lot of times, not, but fiber is not an example. Fiber is up 21%. That's a huge move for 218 million in the float. That's a huge move. Yeah, it's the stock that, yeah, that typically the retail, yeah, that the public can buy, if you want to call it that. The available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. So BDRX just opened and wow, so it popped up a little bit, came right back down. And now it's halted again on the way down. CFG, I believe, is an earnings play, guys. Yeah, CFG is an earnings play. Now, huge float, 480 million in the float. Doesn't mean you can't trade it. Okay. But it's up 4%. And at the end of the day, maybe it's going to be up 6%, 8%. Maybe it's not going to move any higher. But I mean, it doesn't mean that, you shouldn't trade a stock that has a high float. But, if you're looking for the ones that are going to be really with huge, huge moves, you're not going to find them with that float usually. Doesn't mean it's bad to trade. Look at the fiber. I mean, the fiber is just awesome. And I just could not get it where I wanted it. All right. So the Joby is right back where I shorted it. So I have to make a decision here. And RX is still doing its thing, guys. Its thing meaning not able to hold the gains, getting all the just whipping people out of positions. I mean, it's just been a tough intraday trader. $31.58 is the next high looking left for CFG. So again, and this is a bank. This is one of those regional banks that got clobbered along with a lot of the regional banks, of course, but has made a good recovery, decent recovery. I didn't even realize it, but fiber was on the was an AI play too. Our little AI, 13.99, 14.67 right now. I didn't need the AI to tell me I wanted to buy it, but okay. So Toast now, TOST. The next low looking left is 22.18. So it's got, a dollar, about a dollar to the next low. Now this is the really risky one again. I think I'm very surprised there are options available. CLBR did a crazy thing yesterday, got up to 14, came all the way back down to 897. Okay. How do you blow up? Zoom, magnify a TI chart. Okay. So left click on the chart, Tony, that you want. Okay. Just to tell us the system trade ideas what chart you want to do this in. So I'm going to left click on CLBR, left click on it. So I'm here. Now on my keyboard, I'm going to keep the control key pressed down. And then on my mouse, my scroll wheel on my mouse, I just scroll in and out. Okay. And again, the control key is pressed down. That's the one I was thinking about. Amen. Yeah, ACHR. So that is along with Joby. But I'm going to hold on to the Joby just a little bit longer, just in case this is a momentary pop up. But it gets into the 90s, I'm out. Okay, BPTS. This one was an active one also yesterday. BPTS. Ugly. Look at how ugly that daily chart is yet from yesterday. Classic doji. Almost, oh, if I don't want to, I'm just eyeballing it right now. Looks like that the topping tail is about the same size as the bottoming tail, and then basically opened where it closed the day before. Yeah, evidently, the noise canceling is not working. If you heard some coughing, it's not me. Wonder why it's not working. Worked perfectly yesterday. And you slide the chart around in the window. Slide it around. Really, William? Okay. Okay. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. You talking this? Well, he said though that he got the tip on the zooming. So the zooming is done. The control key pressed down, and then so that's the zooming. But I don't know exactly what he meant by sliding the chart around. Oh, so you're talking about adjusting the y-axis. Um, typically it should adjust. You should never not be able to see a price at the top. When you say you set a limit that is so high you can't see it on the chart, what do you mean by setting a limit? Well, this was my number one look today, guys. My number one look was fiber, and it's I missed it by a couple of pennies, and it just kept running away from me. Yeah, if you're talking about a price alert, you're trying to put a price alert on the chart, and it's out of the range. So, for instance, if I wanted to put a price alert for fiber at 15, I can't see it. I mean, you can always do it still. If I right click, create a price alert, I can type it in. Okay, so it's up there, but I'll see it on a daily chart. I'll see it on a weekly chart, or if I had a 30-minute chart, I would see it. But so I'm not. But if it got up to 15, it would trigger. If, okay. Well, there's no way. I guess there's no way to, not that I'm aware of. But if you set a price alert for a stock, you should just, in theory, just forget about it then. So whether you see it on like the 15-minute chart, I don't know how many other time frames you have open, Oliver. But for instance, I do see it on the daily chart. I see it on the weekly chart. There's the blue line is right there. Oh, yeah, on a 1-minute chart, I can see. There's no way to do it then. No way to do it. I mean, you can't. If you're using a 1-minute chart, yeah, I can see that you'll probably not see very many of them. But but if you can see it on the 5 and 15, isn't that good enough? Yeah, no, you're right. But there's no way to adjust this y-axis so you can see. I mean, if you could, you'd have so much dead space depending where you put your price alert. Dead space on top. But meanwhile, oops, something with the spy. Spy still charging ahead here, guys. Charging ahead. Interactive Brokers is starting to come back. Is it positive? It's still not positive, but it is coming back. IBKR. This is an earnings play. Another little bank, I bet. PNFP. PNFP is an earnings play. PNFP. Yeah. Now, interesting level. 200-day moving average sitting right on it. 66.32. So it's just a little bit above but a dollar above the 200-day moving average. So it broke through the 200-day moving average today. Challenge though. I mean, it's not a clean looking chart. So here's the problem I have with blue right now. Okay, look what it got up to. High of the day was 371. The high looking left 370, 372. Okay, even over here though, 383. To me, there's just a little too much resistant areas between the current price and 4. So that just keeps me from getting too excited about this trade. I know it's an AI alert, but it just keeps me from really wanting to look at it that closely. It would have to get over 4, and then if it gets over 4, you've got a lot of room, but I doubt if it's gonna happen today. I know it had an upgrade to, I believe $10. So this is an earnings play. No, it isn't. Sorry. IPG is not an earnings play. I thought it was an earnings play. It is not. No, I'm still in it. It's right where I shorted it. It's right where I shorted it, 884. So I'm just gonna hold on for a bit, see if it gets back into the 70s. Ask if I'm still if I'm still in Joby. All right, CNK could be interesting. I like it. It's over the whole number, 15. Got some room to 16. This is still negative. Cinemark. Movie theater. How's AMC doing? How is AMC doing? Is it popping or is it just CNK? No. Boy, AMC is just terrible. So CNK actually though is doing a little bit of a move here, guys. CNK. Don't see any specific news for CNK. Pretty big float. 108 million in the float. Still negative. Negative. When I say negative, it's still down from yesterday's close. Lay Powell, welcome to the room. A neutral rating by Piper. Okay. You guys have been talking about WKHS. WKHS. Just looking to see if there's any news on it. Don't see any news on this one. Yeah, I mean, to me, that looks like there's pretty tough resistance around that 130 mark. And it's traded, well, I mean, you've got a big topping tail up here, 127. So, yeah, to me, there looks like there's too much resistance around 130 right now. Okay, now things have settled down quite a bit. I'm not getting too many new alerts now. So, let me take a look at NTRS. NTRS is an earnings play. NTRS, so another bank, another regional bank. Earning, wow, it's got room too, guys. Look at this, 86 on the weekly chart. Does have some room to keep running. Big move here. Well, the float is the available number of shares that can be traded. Doesn't mean they're all going to trade in a given day. Okay. I mean, just because, I mean, Apple, what's Apple right now? AAPLS, right? AAP, sorry, PLS. Apple. So what, how many shares has it traded? So it's traded, what, 9 million? The float is 15 billion. It doesn't have to trade the float. It's unusual for a stock to trade the float. Okay. So when it happens, that is what makes it unusual. And that's what I was saying before. You take so the float turnover is derived from taking the total volume or dividing the float into the total volume, and that gives you the float turnover. Make sense? So the float can be trade like the float can trade over and over and over again. You could have like 5 million in the float, and the end of the day, maybe it's traded 100 million, so it's traded the float 20 times. That makes sense. Okay, Joby, give me a little bit now. My patience. There was no real reason for me to cover the short 884, but didn't get into the 90s. Probably would have covered it into the 90s. Yeah, so there you go. You were talking about, so the float is 5.7 million. Stock does not have to trade the float. That is the available number of shares that can be traded. Can be traded. This volume is what has been traded. Yeah, take that off topic, please. Sorry. So again, a few rules in the room. Specific stocks only. Okay, right here. General market talk session. I know you probably know that. You didn't. Lemonade, guys. LMND. LMND. Is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. LMND. Now, this is a shortable. For me, it is. 500,000 shares available, interactive brokers. Why would I care? Well, look left on the weekly chart, and what do we see? 23.95 is the next high. Could that stall it? In other words, around the 24 level, could that stall it? I mean, is it pretty parabolic right now? TRVN. Any news for its gap? TRVN. Take a look. This is from our YouTube room. TRVN. Yeah, so this is way outside of what I normally look at. I don't see any, very few shares have traded, 78,000, for a $1 stock, sub $1 stock, 10 million in the float. It's only traded like 0.17, which means it's only traded like 0.17, 17% of what it normally does. So I don't see that this is a big gap. I mean, it's up a nickel. So I don't see that that's a big gap. I don't see any news on it though either for TRVN. Okay, guys. So the market is still well, a little bit of a sell-off. Not much. Dow's up, Nas is up, SPY's up, Bitcoin up. But Bitcoin, from what I see, is underneath 30,000. Under 30,000. All right, guys, 10:36. So what I'm going to do right now is go over the stuff that you're going to find on my homepage. Okay. First of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, big welcome. This is the format Monday to Friday I'm on the mic between 9 a.m. and hmm, having a problem in YouTube, guys. Sign into chat. Why? Something's gone wrong for me. And just give me a moment if I can. You guys, something's gone crazy in YouTube. Can you guys? First of all, can I think you can still hear me in YouTube? It's the posting. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Well, Tony, I mean, the only thing I can say is that you have to question the reason why you're getting into a trade. Okay. I mean, that's so much obviously part of it, huge part of it. You have to question like, what are your reasons for getting into a trade? You hear me talk about a lot of times, why I get into a trade. I mean, I have a checklist. I have to check everything before I get into a trade. Otherwise, I don't take it. So you have to question then if you're constantly getting in trades that aren't working, you have to question your setup. Like, why are you taking the trades? It doesn't sound like you've got a real method other than, oh, I think this looks good. Trading is hard. Have you practiced in the simulator? Number one. All right, guys. Joby's starting to work a little bit more for me now. JOBY starting to work a little bit more for me. Okay, guys. So let me go over the information you'll find on my homepage. Okay, I'm going to click on my homepage link. And right at the top here, you're going to see how you can take out a subscription. So here's a promo code you can use, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only. Okay. Now, if you want a year, if you do want to take on an annual subscription, just let me know. I can give you a better code for 25% off. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos, starting off with your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. You have to do that. It's a software program. There is a bit of a learning curve. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It's free. I think it has about 38 videos. You don't have to look at them all, of course, but this is free. So if you're new to trading, I would highly recommend you take a look at this. I do a stock of the day video, and you can sign up for it here, free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. This week, there was no specific stock that Steve Gomez, who creates it, that he could come up with. So he basically said, stay in cash. Education section. If you click on this education section, you're going to see we have a great user guide. So there is a getting started again. More detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You want to find more about stock racing right here. Price alerts, okay? Key. I think it's so key. If you're not using price alerts, I think you're doing yourself a disservice. You're not using the program, I think, to its fullest. Okay, it's so simple. I'll demonstrate I'll demonstrate right now. So simple. I want to put a price alert maybe down here. Okay, see if HROW maybe takes out 21, so I can just move my mouse, get the dotted line where I want it. I right click, create price alert. It says 2094. Of course, if that's not exactly where I want it, I can just type the price in. If I want to put a note in, I can. I typically don't put notes in, but it's up to you. And then you save it, and that's it. So simple to do. And what happens is you click on new and then price alerts window. Your price alerts window will pop up. It'll look something like this. Of course, it'll be blank. You can have different column headers, of course. What you do is you minimize it. And then when you get a price alert, the window will pop up in your screen. So simple. And if you sort it on the triggered time column, you'll see it right at the top. You can also put a sound alert on it. You won't miss it. Okay. Okay. Joby's starting to wear me out. So let's figure out what I want to do with that Joby. There is a getting started again. So if you click on the education section to get to the user guide, the getting started, daily support session. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today is Wednesday, so it should be Jamie, as long as he hasn't melted. He lives in Texas. So, okay, guys, I'm out of the Joby. I just don't like the way it has treated me. So I took a little loss on it. A little excited when it got down into the low 70s, but this didn't hold. So before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Jamie. I will confirm it is Jamie. And last, here are my scans. So again, if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, just scroll down and here they are. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. A couple of races that I'm sharing. The 10-day daily breakout and down. Nothing on the breakdown. Only a couple on the breakouts. There's that HROW early and the PBLA. The option scanner, which I'm using, well, almost exclusively. Okay, I'll explain why I'm using it, and I'm not trading options. I'm just looking for stocks having abnormal option activity. But I do have other scans that I am sharing. The halts resumes is here. The doc momentum up and down is here. Okay, so I do have other scans that I'm sharing. Now, if you do decide you want to take out a subscription, this is a free room. Let's keep it that way, okay? So, I mean, the company uses this as a marketing tool. They want to make sure that the marketing is getting through, I guess. So, if you take out a subscription, it helps the room using my code. Okay, so if you just save my homepage and at any point down the road you want to take out a subscription, use my code, helps the room, keeps it free. Okay. Yeah. So the first thing, Tony, is you have to come. Yeah, you've got to practice in a simulator. I mean, before you can if you can't make money in the simulator, forget about trying to go live. Now, listen, not just to you, Tony, but anybody else. If you have to make money in the market because that's the only way you can pay bills, your mortgage, food, etc., it's a tough, tough, tough thing to do. Very, very tough. Okay. Um, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it is very, very tough. I'm not trying to dissuade anybody from, trading, but I mean, trading is difficult. And when you've got to make money, it becomes even more difficult. Yeah, so I'm not just talking to you, Tony. I'm just talking to anybody. We get a lot of emails that come in saying, help, I've got only this amount of money. I've got to make money to pay the bills. And, there's nothing we can do. We've got a great software program. It's called Trade Ideas. Okay. And, but there's not, we get people phoning or emailing us and say, what's your guarantee I'm going to make money? There is no guarantee. How can we guarantee? We don't know what sort of a trader you are. And again, I'm not talking to you, Tony, just talking in general. What is the trading experience? A lot of people, have none, no trading experience, and they just think, well, I'll take trade ideas. Every time I get an alert, I'll take the trade. Unfortunately, I love to say it works that way. It just doesn't work that way. I know, Poe, and I feel for you. I know I read your comments. It's very hard. Well, it's hard, frustrating. You get into a trade, you think it should work, and it doesn't, and it gets very frustrating. Oh my goodness. So remember I put a price alert for fiber, demonstrating how you could do it when it was outside of the current pricing, so you couldn't see it at the top of the chart. But look at fiber now. Wow. Ah, man, my number one focus. I just don't know if I should chase it now or well, hopefully anybody who was in the with us in the pre-market, you heard me talking about fiber, and I thought it would be very important if it could take out the high of yesterday of 2 days ago, and which it did, and got over that 14. Tried to get it at around 14.18, and it kept running on me, running on me, running on me, and I just had to give up. Well, I didn't want to chase it. Yeah, Holly had a couple of good trades. No quitting, no question. I mean, fiber at 13.99, 15.08 now. Yeah, and the other one, blue. Now, I mean, blue has a nice percentage increase. I'm wary that it'll get through this 377 mark, but yeah, I think Redfin wasn't Redfin one of those ones that had a downgrade this morning. RDFN. And there goes T guys. So you almost had your choice, between T, um, Fiber, FYBR, and probably Verizon, VZ. They all are going to be looking the same today. Yeah, they're all looking the same today, above that high of 2 days ago. Now, remember what I was talking. Oh, if you were in the room yesterday, a movement afoot. These could be the only ones that are going to be in the AI now. I know these are Michael Longs, Michael Noss's, the breakout longs and the breakout shorts, and he's been lobbying. But these should be the only ones that make it into the AI instead of the other kind of cutesy named ones. Lemonade guys, I mentioned Lemonade just a little while ago is pretty extended. Getting now, I remember why I mentioned it. Maybe a short possibility. Okay, maybe the high is 23.95 on the weekly chart, looking left. If this doesn't, it could just power right through it, of course. But if that doesn't, if it this 24 blocks it, this could be a bit of a short opportunity. Pretty parabolic right now. Okay, guys, so this could be a little top here. So somebody was asking earlier, how do you play a top? Well, I mean, it's possible that this is topped out here for a while anyway. CFG. Um, for a while anyway, because if you look left, that's the next high, and it's also a whole number. And I have this thing about stocks trying to break through a whole number. All right, guys. Now listen, I may be totally wrong about the blue. The blue is coming right into what I consider, a very important area for to try to get through. Another one that is looking interesting, the US Bank Corps, another bank, guys. USB. A lot of the banks are coming out this week. 39.68 is the next high looking left. It's got some room. USB's got some room. A little extended right now, but a lot of these look like this today. Look at the CFG looks like it. Look at Joby now, you miserable thing. I wondering if I should reshort it. I don't know if it's official earnings, Tony, LMND. I think what I saw was, they have earnings officially on the second. I think what they did was they sort of preconditioned the market. Yeah, it's still earnings, yeah, to announce the second quarter. Yeah, it's still on the second, but I think what they did was they had some calls and they're preconditioning the market that it's going to be pretty good. Okay, so it's not an official earnings release, but just Whoa, something hit the market. Something hit the market, wiping out all the gains. Look at this big red bar, guys. So watch your longs. I mean, obviously, if you're in them, it's something that is kind of tracking the market. Obviously, if your stock hasn't done this yet, just be aware that the market is, for whatever reason, is wiping out everything here. There was the 930 low, and it got even below it. Poor old Kramer. So that obviously, to me, that affected Joby to a certain extent. I mean, to a certain extent. I mean, this really shouldn't have any bearing what the overall market's doing. But again, I'm not in it. I took a small loss on the short I had. Other bank guys, NTRS, a lot of banks are looking like this. All these regional banks. The big downturn when we had the regional bank fiasco right here, and then the further move down. But a lot of them are recovering. Look at that weekly chart. Next high is 86.71. Okay, lemonade, big level right now. Can it take out 24? Now, the buyers are stepping in. You can see right on the SPY, you see that big bottoming tail? So far, anyway, the buyers are stepping in and propping it up a bit. Of course, earnings can be a strong catalyst. Of course, Tony. Of course. That's why you'll see stocks that kind of do nothing for 3 months and then they release earnings. Companies have to release earnings every 3 months. And you'll see on that day, good or bad, stocks will move usually. Usually. But of course, sometimes that's the only catalyst that a stock has every 3 months. And then they just do nothing for the balance. Because they're not releasing news. They're not like a bio or an EV play. Now I do see this Vroom is on the move here again, guys. VRM, but initially it was a short, okay, and now it's come right back up. Pretty choppy. I just don't like the way it trades. So part of my plan. I don't like the way something. If I don't like the looks of something, I don't trade it. Doesn't mean it's going to fall, fail. It could just soar from here. But I look at this. I just don't like the way it trades. Okay, Bird showed up early, 9:53, 173. Let's see what Bird. Wow, this is an interesting one, guys. What's the float like? Unfortunately, sometimes the single stock window doesn't. There we go. So let me get what is the float on Bird? Probably low. Actually, it's not 92 million in the float. That's a big move, 14%. 92 million in the float. Had a big day yesterday, a follow-up day today. I don't see any news on it. I don't see any news on it. Doesn't have earnings until the 7th of August. But boy, look at the weekly chart. I mean, look how much room it has. $3 is the next high on the weekly chart. Again, when you hear me say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. But if this ever settles down a little bit, settling down meaning I don't want to see another big pop up and up, because then I feel like I'm chasing it. Maybe settling down just a little bit and then starts to move on some volume, and then it can maybe start to attack that area, that what I call a void, a gap. And even yesterday, I mean, I don't recall seeing this one yesterday, but even yesterday, that was a huge void to fill. It got above that 150 mark, and so it closed at what? It closed at 154 yesterday, so it was above it. Yeah, I don't recall seeing this one at all yesterday. Talking about BIRD, bird, which of course is the word. You know, it looks. I know Shady was short this one yesterday. I know it didn't work out for him. He had to stop. But look at Light. Look at LITE, guys. This is sort of interesting to me anyway. The next high looking left is 54.88, almost 55. So it's almost $2 to the next high. And this has been, just inching its way up. Held the VWAP 52.84. So it held the VWAP right around here. Longer it holds over 53. Not a ton of volume, 361,000 shares. That's the only issue. Okay, I'm glad I did not reshort Joby, Joby. Almost did it, but did not reshort it. Yeah, pump. Okay, pump. Another could be interesting. It's over the whole number. Big number to get through, 10. See what it looks like. Yeah, so I mean, I see the next high looking left is 1033. It's just too close for me. Now, look, it could power right through 1033. I mean, if it does that, you're looking left and you have up to 11. Okay, RXRX. I know Shady is talking about RXRX. Um, Boy, I have a tough time with this one. I mean, look at these topping tails. Again, what are these? What do they mean? Now, it could just rip from here, but I just wish it would settle down. It just doesn't want to settle down. So for fiber, for me, if somehow it takes out 15 again, I'm gonna stick an alert down here around 1491, 1493, and see if it takes out 15. That might give us an opportunity to short it. I mean, remember, this is just it's a bounce. Obviously, it's a huge bounce off the lows of yesterday, but it's not like that lead line news has gone away. Meanwhile, toast is still toasting itself. TOST continues to move down, and as William said, who knew that? What was it? 10 cents, 90 cents, or whatever the heck? I don't understand exactly. It's 90 cent, 99 cent order processing fee. So okay, so they're and that is causing this stock. So how much money were they getting from this 99 cents? That's amazing. I mean, look at this. I mean, down 15%. It's a big float, for a stock with 323 million in the float to move 15%. That is, somewhat extraordinary. But they must have been raking in a lot of money on that $1 processing fee. So it eliminates the controversial fee. So this was a controversial fee, but I believe the market is reacting. I'm reading this, guys. It's not me. I believe the market is reacting wrongly to this news. Here's why. So in June, reports surfaced that Toast was adding, let's call it a $1 processing fee on all online orders over $10. This fee wasn't for the roughly 85,000 restaurant locations that uses Toast technology, but rather for the customers of the restaurants. Needless to say, Toast customers were infuriated. Went into effect July the 10th. What are we now, the 19th? The uproar was so great that it announced it's taking the fee away. This to me looks like something that could rebound tomorrow. Okay. We better be watching this one tomorrow. Looks like this is just a tremendous overreaction, but we'll have to see. I reiterate, if you want to see the greatest takedown in history, John Stewart against Kramer. If you can dig that up on YouTube, uh, John Stewart just absolutely, he was a guest, so he was right there in front of him, and that was an amazing episode. Well, I think the feeling is, well, he's got a TV show. Looks like he knows what he's talking about. He's had the TV show forever, but it's once you can separate, it's just entertainment. John Stewart, the comedian, yes. Oh, I know. People take him seriously. I know. Wow, look at HROW. I mean, it had the little pullback, and nothing is stopping it. So far, nothing is stopping it, and it's very interesting because 17.75 a share. So most of the time, when a company does a financing, okay, most of the time It dipped down below the financing price. The financing price for this one is $1775. This is way above it. Most of the time, though, shareholders don't like to see a financing because it dilutes their positions. They're having to usually issue, well, they're issuing 3.3 million shares. They only have 27 million in the float, so they're adding that to the float. Your position gets diluted, and so typically what happens, but this is an anomaly. I mean, every now and then we see something like this. Probably. Could be. I don't know how old it is, but it's a classic. Talking to someone in a YouTube room when that John Stewart versus a Kramer episode was. I'm sure it's a long time ago, but it stands the test of time, as they say. Was it that long ago? 2009. Man, where has the time gone? I wasn't even a Trade Idea subscriber then. Wow. Well, look at root now, guys. So now the next high looking left on the daily chart is 1473. So this has, let's see if it can get over 13 and hold for a bit and then power through that. Look what happened. I mean, it went from 1240 up to 13 just like that. Okay, on the 15-minute chart. I don't see any news on root. Low float, 5.9, 5.2 million in the float. Okay, so it was 2015. Thank you. I didn't think it was that long ago. Still, that's a long time ago, but so that's when that episode was. He might have been on earlier, but what I'm talking about is his absolutely slammed him, and Kramer took it, and no defense. Not that it stopped him, but anyway, guys, take a look at Root here. Little pullback. I'm really interested to see if it gets up over 13 again. It didn't quite get there. Got to 12.99. The power of the whole number. The power of the whole number. Stick an alert around 1302. See if it takes it out. So let's take a look at wheat. Wheat spiking because of that news that William just posted. Russia says that any ship going to Ukraine ports will be considered as potentially carrying weapons. So wheat is spiking. The 200-day moving average is it's not that far away, 739. ATVI is still kind of moving down. It is an earnings play. Of course, it's up in the news for the last while, Well, I guess, okay, it actually bottomed out a little bit here. Of course, with Microsoft trying to buy them. Okay, there's the RXRX. Good for you, Shady. I did not take it. What happened here? Root. Okay, guys, root over 13 now, and lemonade over 24. So those little areas that I thought might stall. So keep an eye on root for sure. It's got room to 14, almost 15. Okay, I see the spread is 12.95, 13.05. So let's see if it can settle down a little bit over 13 and then start to run. There's the lemonade is running. LMND is running. Dynamax is running even. CNK is running. But I'm very interested in root. The problem right now is the spread, is what I'm talking about. There's the bid, the ask, 12.89, 13.04. That's terrible right now. Makes it almost untradeable, because if, in theory, if you want to get the stock right now, you have to pay 13.04 for it. The bid's at 12.89. Your P&L will look like you're, a negative. Won't look because it's going to look at most of them anyway. And look at the bid where you can get out. So that has to, we need that bid to get over 13. Okay, I have for some reason I have GENK. This was a okay, an IPO 3 weeks ago, and so it's just I know why I took it. So it's just taking out the high of yesterday. Probably an incredibly low float. We don't even have any float information on it. This halted? No, it's not halted. 1835. Okay, RXR, it's just making a new high for the day now. So FS Audi, I have no idea what you're talking about. You're not talking about a stock named King, so I have no idea what you're talking about. A little too promotional though, but let's talking about somebody in our YouTube room, but I don't know which stock you're talking about. King is not a stock that I can pull up. Keep an eye on the root, guys. Just keep an eye on that root in case it takes out 13 and get the bid above 13. Okay, guys, I have to do something with this YouTube room. The posting is weird. Yeah, something's gone on for me on my end. I know you guys can hear me and I can see your posts, but something has gone on in my end. So, you know what, guys? There's really not a lot of quit in this fiber, FYBR. There's not a lot of quit in it. I thought maybe it would take out 15 and move down, but not yet anyway. Okay, guys, sorry. Following an internal discussion. So, guys, I think here's my prediction. Okay. Well, I don't want to call it a prediction. I'm going to watch this one tomorrow. Even today, it seems like this is a massive, massive overreaction for toast. I may be wrong, but so right now, so the market has been a little bit choppy now in the last 45 minutes, like a big down. But look at that big bottoming tail for the 1045 handle on the SPY. And the buyer stepped in, closed it here. Sellers tried again a little bit. Buyers close it way up here. So I think the buyers are still in control, of course. Root guys, boy, this is such a tempting one with that looking left, all that room it's got. Still, the spread is bad. 1292, 1302, a 10-cent spread. It just is not conducive to trading right now for me anyway. Now getting a little tighter, 1298, 1304. The problem is that they can just, you can get a yank on that bid right back. So okay, guys. Well, RXRX over 16 now. Let's see if it can hold 16 a little bit. I might take it if it holds 16 and runs it. Remember, 18 something and almost 19 was actually the high 5 days ago in the pre-market. So it does have that. What I forgot to do was I think I forgot to put a price alert on route. Yeah, I'm gonna put a price on it, maybe say 13.10 or something, and see if it gets up there, and then check to see what the bid is. Well, it's 5.6 times normal. I mean, it's not, huge volume, but my guess is by the end of the day, it'll probably trade a million shares. But I'm looking right now, and it looks like it's dropping under 16. But yeah, I mean, I'm just going to wait for, I'll wait to see, first of all, if it triggers, what the bid ask is. And if it doesn't, may not trigger. The relative volume is high enough, 5.6. So it is trading 5.6 times normal. And it's all about looking left. It's got such a big, big potential. Here's the Ally, guys. I almost took this one. This is an earnings play. Let's see if it's still setting up. This is an earnings play. Bank. Come on, daily chart. But it's the weekly. So take a look at the weekly on this one. So the next high, 29.25, is right there. It takes out 29.25. The next high is 30.80. So it would have about $1.60, $1.70 or so. Okay. If it can take out that high, and this is an earnings play. Yes, it's an earnings play. Another regional bank. A lot of these regional banks are just killing it. The expectation was probably pretty low. This is probably 3 and 6. Yeah, this is probably the first earnings release since the Silicon Valley Bank, went bust and all the regional banks got taken down. I think this is probably maybe the first earnings release since then. There may have been a few around that time. Actually, I'm sort of warming up to this CNK also. Okay, the CNK is holding this level. We had a not pump, the CNK. So CNK is holding this level, not too badly. Again, looking, and it's still underwater. When I say underwater, it's still below yesterday's low. Not yesterday's close. Sorry, yesterday's close is still 20 cents under. Um, but it's got that room. It's got room to 16, and it showed up on the option scanner at 15.12. So it really hasn't moved that much. Easy. That is something easy, Kevin. So first of all, can you hear me and see what I'm going to do? Okay, so just go to your whatever window, right click, uh, an alert window, right click, configure, and go to exchanges. Click on the exchanges and delete or uncheck. You obviously have the Toronto you have the TSX Venture and TSX checked. Uncheck it. Okay, uncheck it. And don't forget to save your work. Okay, just say okay. But remember, anything you do, something like that, you have to save your work at the end of the day. I mean, at the very, very least, file, exit, and it's gonna ask you, "Do you wanna save your layout? Yes, no?" And then that will save all of the changes, okay? Man, look how, this lemonade, I mean, it just didn't yeah, I mean, I thought maybe 24 would block it. It did briefly, but man, oh man. Now the next guy looking left is 2511. Okay, guys, kind of watching the RX right now. I want to see how well it holds 1620. I may take it right around there. Meanwhile, look at the HROW. Unbelievable. Financing at 1775, shrugged off like nothing. That's why William and I get along so well, fellow engineer. I'm assuming IE means industrial engineer. Okay, guys, taking some of this ally, okay? Earnings play, it's been pretty strong, and and it's got some room. It took out that high over here, 29.25. It's got right over here is the next high looking left, 30.70. Going to start playing some of these earnings plays that are kind of sneaky. I don't really pay that much attention to, especially these regional banks, but these they really have recovered well. Okay, guys, as I said, I would probably take this RXRX at the 1620 mark, working a little bit. I have to pay real attention to it, because I still don't trust that it's going to hold these gains. But hey, okay, Ally. As I said, well, a couple of weeks ago, that the option scanner will start to go. Actually, I'm not. You know what? It's not so bad today. I'm just looking at the number of alerts we've had. These are the total number of alerts we've had. Okay, certainly reasonable. But I thought we're going to start getting a lot more because companies that release earnings typically, they don't typically their option activity will be abnormal the day they release earnings, assuming they have options available. It is tradable. So look at so this one, 13,000 contracts, 1.7 times normal. Not extraordinary, but still, that's why it's showing up here. And there's the other one. I mean, I will confess, I did take this one, but I traded out of it. CFG. I'm starting to get really. I'm warming up to these little regional banks. We'll probably have some more. What's the day today? Wednesday. Probably have a few more tomorrow and Friday. But if they're all looking kind of the same, aren't they? Looking the same on a weekly chart. A big downturn because of the Silicon Valley fiasco, and then the recovery, and then most of these seem to be having great earnings days. I'm out of the RXRX guys. I might get back. Like this to me, it's just a tricky intraday trader. Mm. Look at CFG. Look at CFG, guys. I mean, this has just been. Again, they all don't have to go up 100%, okay, for me to be interested. This is. I'll take stock. I'll take trades like this all day long. So again, if you're looking for something a little less frantic, I mean, some of these regional banks, I mean, they've got all this float, 480 million. Typically, you're not going to see giant red candles nor giant green candles. Okay. Well, this is CFG with 480. Ally has what? Sure, it has a significant number. Yeah, 298 million. So typically, if you're new to trading, these might be, I'll use the term easier. Nothing is easy, but you're not going to have usually the extreme volatility. Now, at the beginning of the day, of course, are you going to get, but once it settles down a little bit, that doesn't mean that we're not going to get a giant red candle coming. But now, how can you follow them? Because you may be noticing, well, a lot of them are showing up on the option scanner, but a lot of them I'm showing are right here. My earnings plays up and down. Another one that I'm sharing. Okay. You just have to go to my homepage and just a different presentation. You can see the ally. Every time the ally makes a new high, it's going to show here. Of course, it's going to show here. Oh, I love to see the confirmation. And this QSI has been rocking for the last few days. QSI. Yeah, look at this. I mean, this one started out a couple of days ago. 240, 383 now. Optionable, 4 times normal. So again, guys, I don't play options. I trade the stock. I don't trade the options. But some have said to trade options, especially if you're going to trade intraday. If you're going to be I guess, a day trader for options, what this is doing, it's showing you the stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So when you look at this, QSI doesn't trade at a lot of contracts, 1700, but that represents four times normal. Because what we And why is it four times normal? Because we have a filter that shows you the average number of contracts over 10 days. Okay, so that 1700 represents four times the normal that it's done over the last 10 days. Word is a word. Okay, guys, CNK making a little bit of a move here. A little bit of a move, CNK. Oof, where's Lemonade now? Yeah, so it had a little bit of a pullback. Not a huge one, but a little bit of a pullback. Again, the next high looking left, if it can maintain this level here, the 23, 24 level, the next high is 2509. So it's got about a little less than $1 until the next high. Yeah, I'll always do a quick check to see if there's any news. Most of these things are earnings plays that we're seeing today. I shouldn't say that. Well, the banks are. The regional banks, they're all earnings plays. But yeah, I'll do a quick check to see if there's any news. Having news is not a reason for me to take a trade, but I'll try to make a quick determination whether or not I think that news is significant or not. It's very subjective, of course. Subjective, of course. David, good one. Well, I don't know about a good place, but I mean, I use interactive brokers. I find it fine. If you have IB, you have access to a news feed. So every time I click on a stock, I click on blue, it's going to change to blue, and you'll see some news on it. We have news, but if you're looking for really more current news, I mean, we did have news. There's that Bank of America upgrade for Bluebird. But I mean, if you have I really think that if you have interactive brokers, I mean, this is pretty darn good, for a service within the platform. If you don't have it, I mean, I'm sure. I mean, most brokerages have to have some kind of a news feed. I mean, I'm not talking about the ones you have to pay for. I would never pay for a news feed. You mean for the news feed and interactive brokers? You don't have to pay. Well, you have to. So I don't understand your question. I mean, no, interactive pro. No, you don't have to. You don't have to pay for the news feed. You just go to File. Uh, they go down to New Window, File, New Window, and scroll down until you see. Where's that news? News until you see news, and then another box will pop up. Click on, and then just hover over Newswire. Another box will pop up, and then you'll see company specific news. Click on that, and then that'll every time you click on an alert and trade ideas, it'll load into the news feed. All right. Well, I'm not in anymore, but RXRX rebounded. All right, guys, it's 11:47, so I just had a confirmation that it will be Jamie in our YouTube room in about 13 minutes. Okay. So before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. Risky, 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 but CLBR, what's the spread like? Actually, it's not a terrible spread even. 11.20, 11.24, not a terrible spread. But before you do anything, Heather, I would try IB, okay? I mean, does it lag? I mean, if you're looking for that instant news that like a Benzinga for $150 a month, no, but I think it's pretty darn good. So I would definitely try Interactive Brokers. NVNO guys. So this I didn't see the halt. I didn't see the halt originally. Oh, yeah, I didn't see the halt originally. So, but it. Oh, I'm sorry. This is halted now. NVNO. It is halted now. It's just not showing up as a halt. So I'm just going to tell you again, Heather. Try IB. Okay, it's simple. You're going to have it up and running the whole time. You can have it up and running. Okay, so just try IB first before you do anything else. I think it's. I mean, listen. I use it. But I'm not going to get hung up on the fact that there might not be something at the second breaking. By the time you see it, by the time you read it, that more than likely the stock has already reacted. So there is that. So look at Root, guys. So was Root shortable? The Root was shortable for me, 200,000 shares. But so, I mean, that's why I'm saying, guys, put price alerts. I did not try to anticipate it was going to happen. Put a price alert up here. It didn't happen. Again, I never anticipate. Keeps me out carving up your account, in my opinion. You start to anticipate. Well, for me anyway, I don't want to. I know Andy does. I mean, Andy is more of an anticipatory trader, though he is looking at a bit of a different time frame. But still, I'll always wait for the price alert to happen, and if it doesn't, I just walk away. Yeah. Okay. So, Magni, I mean, look, IB's headline does not. I mean, unless you're clicking on a penny stock, first of all, but I would refute what you're saying. Okay. The headlines that you see in IB are legit. Okay. Ally. Yes, I was wondering if it was going to be able to take out the 50 mark. Interactive brokers. Interactive brokers. That's IB. It's my brokerage platform for years and years and years, probably now 8 years now. And I don't work for Interactive Brokers, but I have just found that it's been very reliable, never freezing. I think I get good fills, and it also, I think, for me anyway, not has enough shorts for me. Don't get too bent out of shape when it doesn't have a short. I've no idea where they are. They're all over the world, all over the world. That's why it's probably the majority of our customers have IB because we've got worldwide customers. So, and I'm in Canada, so I mean it's I think what they do. I think their head office is New York, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, highly, highly, highly reputable guys. I'm loving the Ally here. I'm loving the Ally. So you're looking for things that are not quite as frantic. Telling you, take a look at some of these regional banks tomorrow and on Friday. I'm sure some of them will be next week too. Yeah, Joby broke. I'm not in it, but yeah, Joby. Yeah, it looks like Joby is really going to continue down now. It just messed around too much for me at the beginning, but I guess if you had more patience than I did and you took it in the 1880s, what did I get in 1880, 884? So why do you ask a question like that, Maggie? Why do you ask, will CVNA hit 80? I mean, seriously, nobody knows. Okay. Well, this HR, this is the most, to me, this is the most astonishing one. The HROW. Even after reading the news that did the financing at 1775, I thought, okay, enough is enough. Eventually it'll start to fall. Maybe even, no, I'm not saying it was going to get down to 1775, but not even close. Oh, hell, I didn't expect this. So I'm going to take some off, guys. Be taking my break really soon. In fact, I better put the announcement in now. Excuse me. I'm going to put the announcement in now. Jamie will be in the room momentarily. Oops. And let me put the YouTube link in so that you can head over and listen to Jamie if you'd like to for his hour that he'll spend with you in our YouTube room. And let me get rid of my music here. All right, so I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. Jamie is a real day trader. He is a scalper. You want to now listen. If you're new to trading, scalping is not easy, but he's more of a scalper. He'll take a lot of shares of a pretty low price stock and try to get 3 or 4 or 10 cents out of it. But that's his style. That is not my style. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute right now. There you go, Week. So you're you'll be in your heaven right now. So I'm going to put myself on mute now, just waiting for Jamie to show up. Okay, I'm not muting myself, of course, in the YouTube room, but and there he is, Mr. Jamie Hodge himself. How are you, my friend?
Hello, Barry.
Hello, Jamie.
I guess
Are you melting
for
yet? Are you
me.
still, or like, what are you doing to keep warm
Well,
or
today it's going to get
stay
up to
cool?
108,
Good, good, good. Okay.
and all you can do is just kind of stay inside.
Hmm. You have air conditioning, of course.
Oh yeah, it's a must in these parts. Like
Okay.
if you didn't have that, hey Barry, hold on one second. I'll be back. I just got to grab my water. I'll be right back.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, sorry for the delay.
No problem. Lubrication. Lubrication is key.
Oh yeah, I'm made out of
Water.
silence. That
Well, the body,
hold
the
on, I
body is
got all
what,
these
78%
voices
water?
screaming at me. I gotta quiet my. There we go. Okay, let me grab the screen from you, Barry.
Okay.
And I think we're good now.
You have grabbed. Okay, my friend. I'll see you in about an hour.
Sounds good. Bye
Okay.
bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to my desktop. I'll be your host for the next hour while Barry takes his break. And this is what we call the live support session every day from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. So, welcome. If you have any questions about the software, just use the questions panel to get your question on out there. Perhaps you want to look at a chart. Let me know if you'd like me to take a look at a chart. And otherwise, no pre planned content, just trader talk here and questions about the software answered, hopefully. Bird, I heard Barry talking about this one. Nice little 2 day run here. And of course, starting to peel off a little bit, reaching up to about 183. Pull back about a dime thus far. But check out what it's doing on the 15 right here. Notice how it's coming right down to that 10 period moving average. Might be interesting for a little bounce. We'll see what happens. Now, let me get my pen here, just in case we have to marky. Hello, Leanne. How you doing? I hate weeks. Of course, Barry is always missed. And yeah, as Barry and I briefly touched on, it's going to be a nice balmy 108 here today. But hey, there's good news. We're going to get a cool front, and it's only going to drop down to about 100, hopefully over the next couple of days. All right, Leanne, I see your question. I'm curious as to what platform you use for order entry. I heard that DOS is better than IB. I know this is not a TI question. Well, I actually go through Ameritrade and use their Thinkorswim platform. Um, IB, I mean, you hear Barry using it. He prefers it. Not the most beautiful interface, but functional nonetheless. As far as DOS goes, that is the one platform that I can honestly say I don't really have any experience with. I've never traded on the DOS platform, but from what I can gather, and it's been a very long time since I even looked at the program itself, but it's just a very basic direct access platform. And from what I've heard over the years, it seems to be pretty speedy. Of course, I would think the biggest difference, and don't quote me on this, I could be wrong. DOS is a commission-oriented platform, I believe. Maybe they've changed in the past, but that's what I would think would be one of the one of the defining factors is through Thinkorswim, you get all the functionality of a retail platform. You got your order books, you got your time and sales, everything you need. There's just no commissions. So don't know if I was much good there, Leanne, but that's my 2 cents on those platforms. Yep, Southern Carolina can get pretty toasty as well. What part of the sun do I reside? The hot side. Texas, I'm kind of right in the middle of Texas. We're slightly west. Started off nice and cool, but making up for it now. Yes, David, and it is possible to use Brokerage Plus through Interactive Brokers. Okay, so what's been going on today in my little world here? Well, I know Barry was all over this one too. It was a great little short as we kind of breached this level here. So what do we have here? We had about, that's the opening candle there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice little 20-minute opening range break. Kind of threw some elbows, kind of hugged that entry level, but eventually released. So some good short action on TOST today. Obviously haven't looked at the news, but big downside action in the pre-market resulting in a gap. Acted like it was going to try to cover a little bit of that gap. Didn't quite make it all the way to the halfway point, but some of these are typically the best opening shorts is when you get the big gap down, you're watching it, you find they're not letting it go past this level here, gives you a good idea of where your stop loss should be. So not bad action on toss today. We'll just call that about 23.75, and not exactly a small wiggle from the top of that high there, but anytime that stop loss ends up being a buck or a little bit more, well, then you just have to downsize a little bit. If your maximum risk is $100 a trade, well, you could have been in 100 and did pretty well with that one. Max loss 200, 200 shares, so forth and so on. Well, thank you, Jamie. It's been a while. All right, what else was on the agenda today? Well, Lumen has been very interesting. It was a lot more interesting yesterday. As we can see over here from the daily, had 3 good days of selling. Yesterday it was pretty predictable here, reading the tape, watching the action. And if we just kind of take a glance over here at yesterday's action, nice setup right here yesterday. And it was just a waiting game. Wait till those bids start getting hit. Had some pretty good action to the downside here. And the interesting thing about it is when we were down here at lows yesterday, that's all-time lows, right? So if we kind of zoom out, take a look at the weekly, Lumen is in trouble. So anytime it gets down to these levels, um, it's going to have my attention. Then, of course, today was its bounce day. Made a little bit of money on Lumen on the long side. A little bit trickier of a game uh, going long in this one, but didn't throw up too much resistance. Little pause right here at 181 after we came up from about a dime off the open. Broke that level again, pushed all the way up to almost $2, topping out right about a buck 95. So really good upside action in Lumen today. Been keeping my eyes on Lilum. It got crazy not too long ago. Big gap down day, kind of finding its footing here over the next 4 days. So anytime these levels look like they're going to be breached, well then Lilum is also going to have my attention moving forward. Oh yeah, and was having a pretty decent morning, but here is a good example of not paying close attention to something that you might be short or long in. In the case of Ameren, once again, got that same chart pattern going lower in the pre-market, making for a nice gap, throws a little, throws some elbows here, can't go higher. We got this little higher low right here, or, not quite breaching the levels that it did earlier, but in this nice little level of consolidation, thinking to myself, well, I'll get short a little bit here, keep my eyes on it. And sure enough, it'll get you at some point in time. Did I have a stop in here? Did I have my 2 cent trailing stop to where if it did go against me, I'd only lose about a penny or so? Nope. Looked over, saw the level two going crazy. I'm like, what in the world? Fortunately, was pretty quick and covered for about a 4 cent loser here, but don't really know what happened here. Uh, Looked at the news, unless something's filtered in. Blah blah blah, just a bunch of mumbo jumbo. But really no news-driven action, just more or less order flow. But a nasty little spike there. Took about a third of my profits away for the day, but just goes to show you, you get lazy. You're like, yeah, this thing is in a tight range. There's plenty of size. I can get out quickly if I see it moving. But there was no time. It just happened immediately. By the time you even looked over, you just had to make a quick decision. So once again, my own fault for not having a stop in place. Apple rip. Yep. Whew, what a nice little break there. Oof. That reminds me of APLS. It was just not too long ago when I remember being short this one up in the $60 level. And now here it is residing down at 40.57. So I like to call this one apples, but definitely not Apple. And what's even more intriguing is Microsoft action. Yesterday was just pretty freaking crazy. You know, it looks like some kind of low float stock from yesterday. Microsoft going on that huge rip and now residing, I do believe, at all-time highs, which is a bit odd to see, but oh well, is what it is. What do we think about Chinese stocks? Baidu and Baba, the first profits I drew were during the audit a few weeks ago. Are these stocks worth investing in? Well, Jordan, are they worth investing in? I'm afraid I'm no good to you on that topic because, you know, I can talk to you about trading and price action and all that good stuff, but your guess is as good as mine. Let's just take a look at Baidu. Just take a look at the weekly here. I mean, is Baidu a good investment from a fundamental perspective, from a technical perspective? Your guess is as good as mine. From a technical perspective, this area right here looks a little interesting. Um, Still about 15 points below, but definitely strong. You got the 10 period and all the moving averages kind of converging here. You got the 200-day, you got the 10 period acting as, potential support along with I believe that's the 20 as well. So from a technical perspective, Baidu looks okay here. Risk is clearly definable from a swing perspective. But as far as the investment goes, sorry, it can't really be of much use to you there. The Chinese stocks used to be a lot more active. I used to do a lot more trading in the smaller ones like Lu. But here we are looking at Baba, which, you just never know with, the Chinese government. Who was the guy that was Mr. Baba and kind of disappeared for a long time? And, I think that was during this period here. Jack Mao, I believe that's his name. So as far as, trading these things, they can be quite good as far as trading instruments go. And of course, KWeb. I used to have a little chart down here. I was always looking at KWeb, but it just seems like things kind of changed after the downturn here. The stocks just got a lot less volatile, a little bit harder to trade from an intraday scalping basis. So I have not really been that active in the Chinese issues as of late. Who knows? Maybe they'll have their day in the sun again, but a lot of wood to chop down at these levels. You can't hear me, Leanne? Can everyone else hear me? I would hate to think that I've been here jabbering to myself. I don't, I am not muted, so if someone could give me a heads up and just let me know that you can hear me. Oh, okay, good, good. Let's see, what else was in play today? Heard Barry talking about Root earlier. Definitely nice little run off the open. Nice little break from the pre-market range there, 1148. Getting up to about 1272 before the first pullback there. So some nice action, definitely en route. Another buddy of mine was even trading GE to the downside today, right from this level here. I missed it. Had I seen this, I probably would have taken a little stab at it as well. But, you know, nice little rundown from the open telling us that sellers are definitely in control. Takes a nice little break here and then a nice clean break right about the 109.50 area. And 109, that's extremely low risk for GE. So entry of 109.50, tops of these candles, let's just call it 109.75. I mean, what other times can you risk a quarter on a $110 stock like GE? But that was the case today. As soon as it broke, didn't even bother to throw any elbows. Got the run from 109.5 down to about, I don't know, about a 2-for-1 there. About 60 cents on a quarter risk. Not too shabby. All right, just must have been a blip on your end, Leanne. All right, so what happened in the Dawn of the Dead races today? Let's take a look at the top tens. Of course, we all know what Bird did today. Nice little uptrend. SFT having a nice uptrend, but not really my cup of tea there. A little too stretchy. Ooh, Groupon today. This one was really nice. So nice, calm little open, popping up to about 719, putting its bottom in a little over 20 cents later. Defined range, creeps back up, and then bam, we break that 720 level. Prior 15 minutes to assess risk. So let's see here, 5, 10, 15. We'll just use 6.99. So 22-cent risk, and then from 720-ish up to 8.57. So really nice risk to reward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 25 minutes into the open there for Groupon. And this is what we like to see. Nice tight risk area. Nice big reward area here. Not, yeah, it's kind of not my style there. It did work, just a little ugly on the chart side. PSGM put in this little rounded bottom. Not a huge move, but a dime on a $1.25 stock is not too bad. Risk level would have been, let's see here, 5, 10, 15. So once again, not the biggest move, but decent on the risk to reward side. Risking about, let's see here. Yeah, a 3-cent risk here. Leans you 10. So that's, doesn't look like anything special, but that is a 3-to-1 risk to return. Assuming at the tops. And up, not too shabby. This guy kind of spoiling I take that back. That is a pre-market candle, so not a bad range here. What do we get? 204, 5-cent risk here, 212 up to 233 just on the first run there. So not a bad risk to reward on this one either. Just playing the simple opening range break here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once again, the 20 to 25-minute area just seems like the right time today for these range breaks. TMF, you can't stop the bonds. The 1, 2, 3, 4-day, little pullback, and now breaching this level here. One of my favorite ETFs to scalp these days, assuming I'm in sync with it. All right, I'm trying to think. Did I miss anything? Fiber. Fiber's been in play for the past couple of days. AI trade today. And not too shabby. Where's my AI today? Where are you hiding? There we go. All strategies. There we go. Nice day for the AI. Nice short call on the OMC as well. Never even really testing that stop area. Fiber really beautiful long. And not too bad of a long in blue. So AI kind of strumming it today. And we did have a little nastiness here. Oof. But still overall net, let's see, what was that stop right there? Yeah, that was a 2-point stop right there. So a little crazier on that one. Give me 1 second here, guys. Just need to check a message here. I don't know if any of you saw Steve Gomez's video from Monday, just talking about, the air is getting thin up here, and it's just, every day it just seems like this slow grind up. But we can see what's happening here. Usually I would think that these moves would take a little bit longer. Here we are looking at the weekly. Last week, current week that we're in, looks like just a preordained mission that, could be tomorrow, could be Friday, could be Monday of next week, but it just seems like this is destined, right? And if we do get back there and push through with some gusto, well then, hey, look where we are all of a sudden, leading into the fall. And of course, everything's just kind of lining up perfectly. We shall see, because things are going to start heating up. I mean, earnings are already starting to trickle in. They're going to heat up in August, and then that's going to set the stage for big February. So definitely going to be an interesting time. No, I don't, Leanne, not off the top of my head, but if you go to his Twitter feed, he also posts all of his videos there as well. And I believe you can find him. Let me just double check here. He's TI Steve G. Yep, just TI Steve G at TI Steve G on Twitter. And you can just kind of scroll through his media tab and see all of his videos there. All right, let me bust open this other bottle of water here. Ah, that's good stuff. LYG trying to break down. One of the fun little bank stocks that's in my scalping universe. But as we can see here, the market hasn't exactly been dead. We're getting a lot more red candles than we're getting yesterday, that's for sure. But just kind of ebbing and flowing in the range here, not really acting as a catalyst one way or the other. All right, you guys are a little quiet. If you have anything to talk about, just use the questions panel to get it out there. Tell you what, let's check out some of these. I've been a little, well, I've kind of been off the swing trading in my IRA because, well, things are just getting a little tricky up here. So in cash for the moment, but I need to really start going through a lot of these VWAP setups. And let's see, let's do the large gap here. We'll just kind of scroll through here and see if anything jumps out. All right, RXRX. Pretty interesting. Z holding up nicely up there. Looks kind of buyouty. All right, Jordan. Well, to your point there, Jordan, that is one of the limiting. It's one of the barriers to entry, right? If you have more than 25K in your account, you can make unlimited trades. If you don't, what is it, 3 a week, right? As far as intraday trades go. So, you know, there really is no option as far as scalping equities to overcome that barrier, unfortunately. I know a lot of people who don't quite have, that amount of cash in their accounts. A lot of people resort to the really high volatility options plays. But the factor there is then you bring in fees and commissions, which, uh, makes it harder to be profitable versus a zero com environment. Um, that's why there's a lot, as far as crypto traders and stock traders, of course, you're going to have uh, traders out there that do both. They're going to trade stocks, they're going to trade crypto. So my theory is that You're going to have a lot more people out there scalping stocks and trading crypto than you are going to have people out there scalping crypto that also scalp stocks. Because in the crypto land, you know, A, it's a 24-hour market. B, a lot of firms out there are offering zero com crypto trading. And guess what? There's no pattern day trading rule. So I think the crypto markets are more conducive for quote unquote scalpers right now. So that is also an alternative if if you want to day trade for small increments and you don't want to be handcuffed. Well, then crypto is always an option for you as well. And I forget how many actively traded cryptos are out there currently, but just between Bitcoin and Ether and some of the more liquid um, issues out there, well, that is a viable alternative if you want to scalp and not have your hands cuffed by the pattern day trading rule. As I said earlier, I used to have this little chart right here pointed to KWeb, but you can see now it's BTF. And this thing pretty much mimics the exact price action of Bitcoin. It's not the most widely traded. You can see here it's only traded 111,000 shares. If we were to pull up Bitcoin right now, it's probably not really doing anything. But when it's active during market hours, well, this thing becomes a lot more liquid. And it's pretty easy to get the fills that you'd like. So Jordan, I wish I had better information for you, but that's just one of the caveats of trying to navigate the U.S. equity markets on intraday basis. Is they put in that rule to allegedly protect investors, and that was way back. I think it was 2000. I want to say maybe it was 99, 2000, somewhere around there, where the day traders were really taking it out of the market makers. So that's when they came up with the pattern day trading rule under the guise that, oh, this is for your protection because we're really worried about you and we don't want you to lose your money. When in all reality, in my opinion, um, all of a sudden they eliminated thousands of competitors with one fell swoop, right? Under the guise of, oh, it's for you. It was really for them. It was an anti competitive clause masquerading as a positive regulatory issue for the small guy. So that's the way those guys operate. And you are correct, Leanne. Just good old-fashioned tape reading and order book reading, watching the level two, watching the time and sales, and of course, paying attention to your, your charts as well. All right, Peter, my opinion on CLBR, Clubber Lang. Let's see here. All right, acquisition company doing some volume today. Well, would have been great to have been sitting in it before this happened, but of course, a lot of times these things happen. You think, oh, we got a nice tight range in here. I'm going to get into it. And if it breaks these levels, which I guess before it started getting active here, which is just, you know, the 14th, what was the high and the low here? 994 low, 924. So you might have been sitting in this thing at 994 going, well, if it breaks 925, I'm out. Of course, what would have happened? It would have got you out, then gravitated right back up. So wow, what a nice upwick to 14 and change. And Peter, this was just kind of I mean, look at this. For the longest time, it was just dead. Blows all the stops out, goes down here to what do we bottom out there? 894, and then shreds to all-time highs. I mean, talk about a difficult thing to manage had you been in this one, um, or waited for the break of this upper range here. But I mean, man, where this one, I mean, anywhere between 14 and 885 is fair game right now. So I don't know if you're in this one or not. Um, if you are, you just have to manage it accordingly. And these are some crazy levels that it could eventually see again. Now, I'm assuming they got some kind of deal. That's usually what happens with these SPACs is they're dead until they announce, "Hey, we're doing the kind of weird automatic IPO thing." And I guess that's what's happening here. But from a technical perspective, just not a lot of data to work with over here on the daily. So just got to see if it pans out, flattens out for a little bit. Yeah, Jordan, or I hate weeks, referring to Jordan's question there. Yeah, there's always these kind of fly-by-night shady firms that are offshore, and since they're not regulated technically, then yeah, you can open an account there and you know make more trades. I don't think they'll limit your trades, but they usually charge you pretty juicy commissions. And then there's always the risk of the firm kind of disappearing. So not something that I would engage in. All right, Brian, what do you got to hear about Ameritrade? They're strict. Accidentally put in the wrong expiration date and changed it immediately. They shut me down to the PDT rule. Yeah, they're sticklers about compliance. Well, I guess depending on the crypto that you're trading, it can be janky. Um, if you look at the order books on the bigger ones, or the King Daddy, Bitcoin, and then Ether, they're pretty thick books. Of course, that doesn't mean it's easy. Yes, David, sure trader. That is the one. Now, which were you referring to, Leanne? Do I use IB for? Let me see here. It's hard if you want to sell long and then, right, if you were long something, say you were long 100 shares of stock XYZ, and then you sold it, and then you sell it again to go short. Yeah, and that would count as anytime you open a position and close it out during the same day, that is called a day trade. Yes, Leanne, I use Thinkorswim, but IB does also have level two books as well. So Thinkorswim for my level two data. Yep, Brian, that ruling on XRP Ripple the other day, it had the big spike, what almost doubled or whatever. It's very interesting what's going on in the crypto space because two of the biggest exchanges, the US based Coinbase out of San Francisco, and then you have Binance over in Hong Kong. You know, uh, Now that a multi-billion-dollar industry was spawned from Bitcoin, I see the same things happening as have happened in the securities world, right? Anytime something cool and innovative comes out, like way back in the day, the late 2000s, when we were all SOS trading and some of the first direct access platforms have been made available to us, well, they all started getting bought out. Okay. The big boys see the new toy and they want it. Like CyberTrader got bought by Schwab for $500 million back then, and they just shelved the technology. That's typically what happens. The big boys buy things up, consolidate, then they consolidate kind of like the Scott trade, Ameritrade, and then Ameritrade, Schwab deal. Now Schwab's the big daddy again. They have all the volume because they bought Ameritrade. Well, now we're seeing the same thing happen in the crypto space because Now that Binance and Coinbase and all the other smaller firms before them have created the industry, then magically, all of a sudden, with no warning, the SEC is all chirping about, well, we've never said anything about this before, Coinbase, but all those coins you're trading other than Bitcoin, yeah, they're probably going to be classified as unregulated securities. So that's really bad. So you've been breaking the law this time. So that's kind of the way the stage is being set up. So they're putting heat on Binance and Coinbase, while simultaneously BlackRock is up there going, "Hey, we're coming into the space now." So okay, you're putting heat on the guys that have built the industry, and at the same time, BlackRock, who owns just about everything out there, is now wanting to take that business. So it's going to be a very interesting time in the crypto space to see how this plays out. But once again, Wall Street and BlackRock, they see the nice shiny object, which is the crypto space, and they want to have it for themselves. So I'm getting a little off the topic here. Going back to XRP, yes, I've always been of the mindset that it will be the centralized way to transfer wealth via the XRP token, amongst corporations, right? Because here's the thing with XRP, they can print more XRP at will, and then they can sell it for US fiat or any other fiat. So it's almost like XRP is another version, well, a mini version of the Fed. They can just print more tokens at will and distribute them whichever way they see fit. Um, and the big difference, what you have to understand about Ripple is it's a centralized system. Okay. A certain group of humans can control everything that happens on that network. Bitcoin is the exact opposite. It is the largest network on the planet by magnitudes, and it is highly distributed. You can't cheat the system. Whereas XRP, not the case. So to see XRP become the backbone of the central bank digital currency that they so desperately want to unroll, that's a pretty scary thought, but I wouldn't put it past them. Yeah, Jamie, and XRP is Ripple. CBDCs also concern me. Yeah. Mhm. So that's the thing is everybody likes to use the term blockchain. Yeah, it's a blockchain, but it's a blockchain that they can control. So in the future, if the central bank digital currency ever does come to fruition and cash goes away, then that's your only means to transact, right? It's all digital. I mean, it's been digital for a while with credit cards and other payment systems, but if that system is ever implemented, ooh, it's not going to be good because they can just turn your bank account off at will. Any transactions that you do, they're going to, there is no anonymity anymore. There barely is now, but with the CBDC, every penny, every penny is trackable. Yeah, and then uh, the JFK guy that is throwing his hat in the ring for presidential nominee. Um, he's now talking stuff about backing. If he gets elected, he will back the U.S. currency with Bitcoin, which yeah, that'd be a great pipe dream to come true. But that seems a little too good to be true. Even though I think that would be the most viable route to backing a currency, because right now we all know that the U.S. currency is not backed by anything other than our word to make good on it. It's never worked for me though, whenever I call a creditor up and be like, "Hey, I promise I'll pay you guys later," I'm good for it. I don't get those privileges. So let's just take a peek at what the crypto space is doing right now. I haven't looked, but I'm assuming it's pretty sleepy. And you can see right here, here's Bitcoin looking at the 4-hour chart, just kind of grinding along down here. And, on these last little swoons down, you know, that is the current level of support. The other day when we were moving down, I thought we might get down to the bottom of this candle, but didn't quite get there. Got pretty close though. So a lot more wood to chop before we go test these levels again. The interesting thing about Bitcoin is the mining reward is cut in half every 4 years. And the next halving is, I believe, I want to say April of next year. So that means the reward for miners gets cut in half. Well, if the reward for miners gets cut in half and the price doesn't go up and miners can't mine profitably, well, then miners will leave the system. The network will contract. Reading that the Fed now is being evaluated for a year. Oh yeah, it's already in several stages of beta right now, but I am not rooting for it. Not at all. Ah, Lilum. Okay, not anything spectacular. But if this thing does get some legs behind the move down, last time I was in this one today, I was short right up here at the 40s. Made a little bit on it. But if we go down and break, what's the magic number here? Yeah, if we go down here and break 132, well, then things could definitely get interesting for Lilum. Currently just resting right on that 10 period on the weekly. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to watch this one going into the close because if a seller really needs to get out, I'll see it. What's our volume today? Not bad volume, 3x on the relative side. Oh, speaking of things I like to scalp, sometimes the spread on top will get down to 1/1000th of a penny. So a lot of the times, if you're watching the order book and you see it at the right time, you can basically buy 10, 20, 30, 40,000 shares and immediately risk hardly anything. If that spread gets down to 1/1000th, which I've seen it do before. So never really been a big fan of things under a buck, but if TUP sets up right, I've been taking a stab at it here lately, and it usually pans out pretty well. Tupperware, which it's amazing that Tupperware is even still around. Those of you who are older like me probably remember Tupperware parties occurring at an aunt's house. Outlook on lemonade. Let's see here. What a day thus far. But just a nice little look at that little smiley face rounded bottom there. And as soon as we broke 2161, nice little consolidation phase right here with the 10 period acting as the safety net. So man, once we broke this level right here, what a nice little entry. Risk is clearly definable here. You got the moving average all sandwiched up together here. So not a bad move on Lemonade. Looking very bullish. What are we looking like on the overall? Notice to where we spiked up today. It's going to coincide perfectly with this wick over here. As Barry says many times, just looking left here, that's kind of where it ran out of steam. So I'd expect a little bit of supply to be found here. Now, a little sideways action before it potentially goes up and tests this level here. So if you're in the lemonade from back here, excellent trade, looking good so far. All right, Jeff, when you save a layout, does that also save any changes you've made to individual alert windows, or do you have to change these individually as well? Great question. Okay. The answer is yes, the changes are saved. So like, for example, if I went in here and let's just say I wanted to add an additional column, like 5-minute volume. Okay, so now you can see the new column. Now, if I closed my software without saving my layout, when I brought it back up again, this would not be there. Okay. So every time you make a change to an alert window, if you want that change to stick and you're using, it doesn't matter if you're using, well, your default layout is the one that's going to load up for you every time, which we use the old school load and save. But yes, if you want the changes to stick, so this is my default layout. So I would need to go down here and save my default layout again. That way, when it pops back open, the changes remain intact. And that applies to any window, alert window, top list, race, chart, whatever. And believe me, I still fall victim to it myself. I'll make some changes, then I'll forget to save, and then I'll have to make the changes again, and then I'll remember to save. Yeah, even if it's not Tupperware, it's called Tupperware. EFSH, you might get some news on dividends any day from now. Gee, a 21 stock, 19-cent stock, gonna pay out some dividends, huh? Only a million, 1.2 million in the float. So we got a tiny little company here. Just got my curiosity up now. This thing actually spit out a dividend. I'm not getting any dividend yield there. What about just dividend in general? Usually if that one's blank, or have they ever done one in the past? Yeah, still showing blanks there. Oops, wrong stock. That would probably explain it. I don't know how that got on there. What was that? EFSH. Now, okay, very interesting. Hmm. Of course, on the, I forget what it is, ex dividend, when they announce, typically what you see is a decrease in price right about the same price as the dividend. Interesting. Okay, yep, up is up again, huh? Up, up and away. And if this thing keeps cooking, I mean, just your eyes are immediately drawn to the 311 area, 20 and the 10 acting as the safety net, and then getting pretty frisky through the 50 period there. that thing closes above the 50 period, it's definitely going to be bullish. Of course, this could be the stopping point here with that little sell off or blow off top there. Wow, TMF cannot be stopped today.
Psst.
I hear you, Barry.
You do? Okay. You know what's wrong with Tupperware? The problem with Tupperware is the product doesn't wear out. It's, you know,
That's
so
true.
we've got Tupperware. We still have Tupperware. I can't remember how, maybe 30 years ago. I don't know,
Yeah,
20 years ago. I really don't know. But the product doesn't wear out.
right.
So it always reminds me of, you know how nylons. Now, I don't know if women wear nylons anymore. You know, I mean, they could make a nylon that wouldn't rip, destroy, and all that. But why would they do that? They want it to do that so they can get you to buy it, keep buying them and buying them and buying them. Well,
Yes.
Tupperware, I mean, it just doesn't wear out. So if you unless you need a new product within Tupperware, now they succeeded for many years with that model, but I guess they just had a huge pool, to sell to. But eventually that pool dries out, and why am I going to buy any more new Tupperware unless it's broken, which it doesn't do? That's my take on it, Jamie.
You are correct there, sir, and that you can apply that same theory to just about every product that's made. Every product that's made these days, and it's been like this for a long time, is designed to wear out over a
Hmm.
specific period of time. I don't care if it's a
Yeah.
car or an electronic device. Hey, now Barry, speaking of, your computer is what, 5, 6 years old now?
My computer is it's either 5 or it's at least 5 years old now.
Right, right. So magically, when they get to be about that age, is when you start seeing all these issues. You know
Hmm.
that I'm familiar with your issues that you've been having here and now again. But it's always at that magic 5, 6. I think the most I've ever really gotten out of one is 7 years before I have to just,
Hmm.
start over again.
Well, but my issues are mainly TI related, to be honest. I mean, with the fan going crazy and all that, the minute I stop TI, the computer whispers to me. So I've really had no major problems with this computer, except for all of a sudden, and I think it's when we got into docking and things like that,
Yeah, I
that
think
all
we're
of a
just more
sudden,
processor intensive these days.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So I really have had a very, really good luck with both my monitors, knock on wood, and the computer itself, in terms of any major issues.
Righto, righto. Well,
Yeah.
it's inevitable
But
though.
I know, yes, of course, I know that. Well, now that you've said it, I'll probably turn it on tomorrow, and it'll just won't. It'll start to smoke.
Hey, and before I forget here, Luca was asking me if I have any extreme oversold settings or scans I can recommend. Um, I don't have anything like that off the top of my head, Luca, because I'm not really a bottom picker or trying to short, crazy tops. But if I were to use something like that, I would probably go with uh, 3% negative VWAP divergence. And you can find that alert just in our alert list. That always yields some pretty good things that might be oversold. And it's not the crossed above VWAP, but it would be the negative VWAP divergence. And I would usually start with a value of about 3% in there. That can show you some pretty interesting things that could be good bounce candidates for things that, had some oversold conditions.
You just popped a link in. Now, I'm not using it anymore, Luca, but Zach's Bouncers and Toppers. I used to use it quite a bit, but I don't use it anymore. But those are kind of looking for stocks that have really topped out or potential bounces. Okay, so you can take a look at that one. I just put the link in.
And one more question here from Steve asking me about scalping and found it very tough. Yes, it's a very it's a difficult game. Um, but if you become pretty proficient in reading the tape and the time and sales, um, you know, there's not really any metrics I look at on my charts other than a 10 period simple moving average, certain VWAP levels. And, I have to have the chart coinciding with what I think the stock is about to do, right? So if I think it's going to go down, could be a penny, two, three, 4 pennies, whatever. Then what I'm seeing on the order book has to jive with what I'm seeing on the chart. In other words, oh, the offers are stacking up and the bid's getting really thin. The chart's confirming the story. I'm going to go ahead and get short here, and I know my risk is very minimal, right? And it's a day trading in and of itself is difficult, as Barry can tell you. But then when you go into the scalping subcategory of intraday trading, yeah, it takes a lot of getting used to. So anybody that would be thinking about doing something like that, scalping on an intraday basis, you just have to start real small and see if you're right. See if you're in sync. Sometimes you can really get in sync with a stock and play every move that it has, right? But if you're not in sync, then it's real easy to lose little bits of money that can quickly add up. Um, but as far as any, magic uh, studies or things on the charts, nope. Just a smaller time frame, and order book and time and sales have to confirm what I'm hypothesizing is going to happen. So I hope that answers the question. And Barry, let's see. Wow, it's
Already 12:57, yeah,
already the
Eastern
top of the
time.
hour. Yeah.
Hmm. You know what I've been having a lot of success with, Jamie, and I'm going to keep watching certainly tomorrow and Friday, maybe into next week. These regional banks that have released earnings today,
Mm-hmm.
all week really. And I don't normally play stocks that expensive, but I got into Ally, ALLY.
Mm-hmm.
It finally had a pullback, but CFG. These are all earnings plays of these banks. PNFP. I mean, they're all going crazy.
Right, right.
And there are all these regional banks. Of course, we got hard hit during the Silicon Valley fiasco. Most of them, but they all look almost the same. The way they've curled up, and then they're
Yep.
having a great daily. And then if you
Mm-hmm.
look left on the weekly, they still have room to go.
Yeah.
So the Ally was awesome for me.
Yeah.
It's just, and it's something I wouldn't normally do,
Right.
just because I just wouldn't normally do because too boring. Well, I know you probably wouldn't do it because it's probably way too boring if you're just trying to, you know, well, in
Hey,
your
I
scalping
like
mode.
boring.
Well,
I'll
you know
take
what
boring
else
all
I'm
day.
in? You know what else I'm in? And again, just came from my option scanner, and all I was looking for was the break of the whole number. And look at CNK, Cinemark, CNK came on my option scanner at
Yeah.
1512.
Mm-hmm.
And so the minute I see something a little over a whole number, I always get interested. And of course, you know me, I look left. What do I see?
Mm-hmm.
1512,
Yeah.
1594 is the next high. So I got in at 1520. Yeah, 1524 actually. Waited a
Nice.
little bit. And look at this. I mean, it's just been a fantastic run.
Oh yeah, that little area right there is a beautiful entry.
Yes, 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 yes. So again, typically I wouldn't be looking at stocks like this, but fairly big float. It's only up 2% now. In fact, when I was looking at it, it was actually down for the day, or down from yesterday's close, and I was a little worrisome. But I said, you know what, just do it. So anyway, and we're of course we're starting into earnings season in a big way next week and for the next 3 weeks. So
Mm-hmm.
it'd be
Mm-hmm.
interesting this afternoon with Netflix. I'm really interested in to see what Netflix does.
Yeah,
Um,
the pickings have been relative. Like this past 2 weeks has been the slowest I've seen the markets, and of course I took the week of the fourth off. And
mhm.
anytime you spend that many days away from the keyboard, you have to reacclimate and kind of you know get your
It's
swing back
amazing.
down, so to speak.
Well, it's amazing you say that, Jamie, because even on 3-day weekends, I find it that Tuesday, I think, I mean, I've done this for a few years. I should know what I'm doing, but you're right. I just have takes me, a couple of hours to get right back into it, even on a 3-day weekend, which is
Yeah.
crazy. But
Mm-hmm.
anywho, my friend, it's 1 o'clock. If you want to take off, go for it. I'll take over the screen now.
Alrighty, sir. Nice chatting with you. Nice chatting with all of
Yeah.
you as well, and we'll see you next time. And let's see what happens for the rest of the day. Good luck.
Okay, Jamie. Thanks.
Bye bye.
So just a word. I'm out of the ally. Okay, when I just out of the ally, ALLY. And it's funny. I had a red line up here. Why did I have a red line? Thought I had a red line right around that 29.80 mark. Anyway, so got up to that area, and I'd already taken out some in the 50s. And then as it started to move down, I'm out of it completely. One that I talked about it was the CNK guys. Hopefully you remember. I said, CNK looks interesting. When I check my option plays, always interested to see the ones that are just over a whole number. And at 1026, CNK was just over the whole number at 15. But of course, that's not the reason. The reason is looking left, it had room. Now I am stunned that it's had this move. I mean, I got in right around 1524. I waited for this little break right here, okay, right on the 15-minute chart, and because it pulled back, I think it was still negative for the day. I think it was still down from yesterday's close at that point. But man, oh man, what a nice run for CNK. So anyway, guys, we're back. And look at CFG. I mean, this is the this is the one. I took this one early also, but I traded out of it. But this has just been a monster. These regional banking plays have just been monsters. So I'm pretty excited to see what happens tomorrow and Friday, and even next week. I'm sure we'll get a lot more of these regional banks releasing earnings. So in our YouTube room, I've seen BBIO moving. What do I think? BBIO. Let's see. I mean, it's still having a reasonable day. I mean, it's up 5.5%. The high yesterday was 36, the high the day before. So it is above the high the day before that, 34. I mean, that's, I guess, a good thing. I mean, it's not trading anything extraordinary in terms of the relative volume, 1.6. So no, that is skewed because, of the big day, what was that? About 50 million, 47 million. So it's a little bit skewed because it's comparing itself to that day too. But I don't know. I mean, the best thing you can say is the uptrend is still intact, but it will have, yesterday's high could stall it, but that's, almost $2 away. It's over the VWAP, 33.81. And fiber guys, yeah, no fiber. Look what it's doing. FYBR. Look at the VWAP, 1468. So it's right into that VWAP, right into that area. That blue line actually corresponds to the VWAP. So it's right into the VWAP right now. So, the $1 million question. Will the VWAP hold it? Or if it gives it up in a big way, that could really cause it to move down. But we don't know. We don't know 100% sure if the VWAP is going to hold it, or again, will it pour right through it and move down? Okay, guys, I'm out of the CNK now too. Getting close. It was getting closer to that high. So at this point, I am not in anything at this point. So again, I am sharing this. I am sharing this. The earnings plays up versus earnings plays down. This is going to get very active. It's already reasonably active now. This is just another way of presenting the data. And you can see there's where I saw the ally in our in the option plays, but I was seeing it here also. Probably I saw it earlier right here, as an earnings play. Come on, get out of here. And this HWC, now I think it's pretty close to a resistance area, potential resistance, 43.73. Yeah, that's so I looked at this and I didn't like it as much as the other one just because I saw, this area here. Now it's had a great move, but it's still negative for the day. Negative meaning it's still a little bit below yesterday's close. And this is why I kind of like this earnings play up versus earnings plays down. Okay, I made I guess call it a significant change. Before, for me to see an earnings play up, it would have to also be positive for the day, and an earnings play down, it would have to be negative for the day. So I made a change, and now what I'm seeing, so what you can see now are bounce plays, something that is down so for the day, but it's making new daily highs. Or I don't think I think OMC, I believe, has been down for the day, the whole day. I think it's probably been negative. It's an earnings play, obviously. Yeah, it's been down all day. But what we'll see also, though, you could see red, which is a suggestion to short, but we could have seen OMC up here and it was moving down. So in other words, it could have been still very positive for the day, but moving down. So some of these might provide ways in which you can play tops and play bottoms. And again, I am sharing that one. Now, OMC is an earnings plan. This is really, does it still have some room? I mean, the next low looking left, I mean, it's got about $3. Actually, 84.09 is the next low looking left for OMC. So the market is having bit of a sell off now, guys. So the Nas has actually gone a little bit negative. Dow is still mild, a little bit positive. The SPY is almost flat now. So after that big, great 45 minutes right here, starting at 9:15 and the 9 o'clock, 9:15, 9:30, the opening market candle still was moving higher, but then we started getting some chop. Now we're starting to get a little bit of selling pressure. Uh-oh. I'm hung up, guys. I may be frozen. A moment. That's rarely happens, but okay, bear with me. I'm gonna have to see if I'm gonna have to do I'm able to click on these. Just give me a moment. I don't want to have to do a reboot of trade ideas because I'll lose all this original data. Yeah, look what happened with the fiber. I have that one thumbnailed. Hmm. No, I never have it. The only problems I ever have, quite frankly, is with trade ideas in terms of the fan going a little bit crazy. We're just discussing that with Jamie in the YouTube room. Okay, looks like I'm okay. Just going to do a reset of the connection. So it looks like I'm okay. Don't have to do the end task. So yeah, look how well that VWAP held. FYBR. I'm almost to the penny. Almost to the penny. I did see this LZ before, LZ before, LZ, LZ. I did see this one before. Legal Zoom. $15 price target put on it by JMP Securities. Okay. But you know what? I'm just going to keep kind of focusing. I think today it's on its course, but these regional banks, again, I'm waiting to see what happens tomorrow with the regional banks that will be releasing. I don't know what they are. I mean, I could look it up. It doesn't really matter to me, because if I'll see them, assuming they meet the filter requirements, I'll see them here. If they're optionable and they're having an abnormal option trading day, like the Ally and the CFG and the IPG, I'm just looking at some of the banks. So, and let's see, we had CFG, IPG, and where's Ally? Ally is somewhere. There it is. Ally's up here. So look how late that was in theory. 11:24. But what a great run. 29.22, 29.22, all the way up to 29.80. That's a great run. And relatively easy. When I say easy, we don't see a lot of huge bottoming or big red candles that can knock you out of the trade. All right, guys, I think I'll do my video now. Let's just make sure I can get my things loaded. And see, this one just got or resumed. Is this an IPO? ODD? This is a resumption. So this is an IPO, guys. ODD, I guess. Just started. Yeah, 49.20. So the IPO was priced at wow, $35 a share. Only a million shares. It was priced at $35 a share. Oddity Tech IPO. So there you go. They just started trading. It's gonna be crazy whippy. Okay, guys. So what I'm gonna do, I say I'll do my video now. What time is it right now? 13:16, 1:16. So I'd say 1:26. Hey guys, so I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, Netflix to me is the interesting one. I mean, Tesla is obviously always interesting, but Netflix to me is the interesting one. I know I've mentioned this one before. What's it doing right now? So it's basically flat. Okay. Look at yesterday's action though. Again, they released earnings after hours today. But as compared to all the other streaming services that are in trouble because of the writers and actors strike, this one is more insulated from it because they have so much international content, so much international content. And so I think that Netflix, is more insulated than say a Paramount or a Disney or some of the other trading or other streaming services. Now, Tesla, let's take a look at Tesla, TLSS. Want to see if people are shorting this right now. Not TLSS, TSLS. So yeah, so I mean, it's hard to know. I mean, again, you want to if you want to short Tesla, but you don't want to go and short the stock, you can buy this one, TSLS. This is an ETF designed specifically for Tesla, so that you could buy it if you want to short Tesla. So I mean, it's anybody's guess right now. I mean, Tesla's been on a bit of a decline. Oh, sorry, this one. Well, so Tesla's been in a surge. Remember, you if you see this dropping, this means that the stock is going up. Well, of course, Netflix is all about how many subscribers did they add, what was the consensus that they were going to do. That's another, of course, big metric. I mean, I have no insight whatsoever, but again, I think if you just look at the fundamentals compared to the other guys who really obviously rely on the scripted programming and of course actors, they're more in trouble. So JJ, that's that expected move, right? The $23. Of course, we don't know the direction. Hmm. Yeah, OMC I've seen all day long, Shady. That is that's an earnings play. And yeah, I mean it still has some little bit of room. 80, sorry, the next low looking left is, I think I mentioned this one is 8409. So it still has some room. Actually looking at taking this, but the uptick rule is try to get it at 8660, but the uptick rule, even though it was sitting there at the bid, try one more time. Okay, well, you get a fill here. Not necessarily do I want it at that price. Well, actually, it's not bad. 8663, it popped up. So 8663, oops, for the OMC short for me. Okay, so well, let's see. So again, the next low looking left on the weekly chart is 84.14. Ah, this is actually didn't even realize it. This is actually an AI alert too from our AI at 89.96. Not bad. 2.7% move so far. Are they actually doing that ad tier? They still doing it? I thought I didn't know they were doing the ad tier still. Because didn't I read also that with Netflix on that ad tier that you cannot watch things in high definition, something to that effect, or 4K or something like that. You're limited. Yeah, it's still a piece away, but a dollar away. Yeah, from that 200-day moving average. I'm not expecting like a big move, but well, I'm looking at Root now. I remember I had this one on. I have it thumbnailed, so yeah, what a just could not break through 13. Is this so this would be showing up on my option scanner. It's just outside the price range. Okay. Whoa, there we go. A little move down. So, okay, so here's a good example of this is what I use. Okay, this is what I use, and let me just show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to go to the configure all. I'm going to edit the selected. Okay, which are all of them. Just the two, well, the four strategies I have in there or scans I have in there. So OMC would not show up because I have a maximum $40. So all I'm saying is that if you want a different price range, you go ahead. Okay. If you want a different price range, I mean, you can change anything, of course. You want a different minimum volume, you want a different price range, you go ahead. And again, I may have to up this relative volume because I don't want to get inundated next week and for the next 3 weeks with too many alerts. So I'll have to make a decision on what I want to do. You guys don't have to do the same thing, of course. So again, anything that I've got that you want, you can always make an adjustment. Excuse me, here's my momentum up. So here, this is what it's looking for. The price is between 1 and 50. Again, if you don't like that price range, change it. If you want a different minimum volume, 300,000 shares, you want to make it higher or lower, go ahead. This is what gives it, of course, the momentum thrust. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. You wanted a different trigger. I mean, I'm always using new highs or new lows for the day as my trigger, virtually for every scan that I've got. But that may not be what you want. Maybe you want a new 5 minute high or a 15-minute high or a 10-minute high. Let's make sure we have those before I say that. I know we have a 5 minute high, but we have 5, 10, 15, 30, and 60 minute. Okay. You might want to use those. I mean, it's up to you. I'd like to see a new high of the day, but again, completely up to you. So you can take my scans as they are, or you can modify them. Okay, so we saw the pump earlier, and what where was the alert at? So again, guys, this is why I'm saying use this like a watch list. Sometimes you get a trigger and nothing happens for a while. Maybe it even drops below. I don't know what happened with pump, but here we go. 10:24, the time. 10:14 was the alert. So again, this is the don't repeat. What does it mean? It means that this will be the first time you see the alert, and you'll only see it one time, meeting all the filter requirements. Here you'll see it over and over again if pump kept making a new high, as an example. So this is why I like to go back. I can click on these and see, okay, did it move from there? And maybe even if it moved, maybe it's pulling back to a moving average that I like, or the VWAP that I might want to pay attention to, um, the 200-day moving average. You can use this like a watch list. So anyway, let's take a look at pump. So you can see, so on this, yeah, so you can see when you see a red line on the chart, when you click on an alert. Now, I cannot explain why it doesn't show up every single time, okay? Probably you have to click on it as it's making a new high for the day. But at any rate, you see that red line, and then you see the red line on the weekly chart. You might go, well, why is it there on the weekly chart? I don't even have to go back on the daily, but I can tell that that is the next high on the daily chart, 1046. Okay, so on the weekly chart, the next high is 1087. But the next high on the daily chart, you have to trust me. But if I if I scroll back enough, I would see the next high at 1046 on the daily chart. So it just saves me that step of having to actually go to the daily chart, scroll back, and see. Yeah, so Luke, I'm sort of a unique case as far as you're talking about a retirement portfolio. I don't have a bunch of, yeah, I'm sort of a unique case. Okay. Okay, Fiber Guys, FYBR, is looks like it's trying to test that VWAP again. Okay, OMC, a little pop up to the 50s, and then it stalled there. So the question is, can it take out that whole number? 85.50 is it's still far enough away, but 70 cents away from the 200-day moving average. Well, instead of watching it, well, I want to watch it. Right now, this is the only thing I'm in. Who put that information in? Denver Tom. So what about the regional banks tomorrow? Zion, of course, would be one. I mean, I'm really serious. I mean, no, because it's not like the market helped all this. I mean, at the beginning, yes, but the market's been, kind of a bit choppy up and down a little bit. So it's not like these regional banks that release earnings today were very reliant on what the overall market was doing, which I would have thought they'd be a little more reliant, but no. So here's Zion ahead of earnings tomorrow. But that's after hours. So I need the ones that are releasing tomorrow, or are there after hours today? Oh, it is. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Forgot. We're July the 19th. So this actually releases after hours today. No, again, I don't play earnings I don't I'm not anticipating that it's going to have good earnings, so I'm going to take the trade and hold it through, the post market. No, 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 no. There should be. Let's take a look. So the question is there a way to just a matter, do we have the column created? Okay. I don't use it, but so the question was, is there a way to sort price alerts like this by the date and time when you set them? So all you have to do is, like, I don't have that column, but all you have to do is right click, columns, and then created. Okay. Click on the created, left arrow it over, and then it'll appear as a column, and then you can sort on it. Now, yeah, Phoenix. So we have a max of 500 price alerts that you can set. Now, you probably realize nobody needs 500 price alerts. Okay. So what I do is typically over the weekend, what I'll do is I'll go through the ones that I've got and see whether I want them anymore. Okay. And I get rid of them. Some of them I probably should be, I think I've been a little remiss. Some of these, won't matter. Okay. And I'll go through them and I'll just get rid of them because nobody needs 500 price alerts. And I'm not dumping on you, Phoenix. It's just in general. What I've been doing is just getting rid of but some of these, I should, for instance, do I care about JYD? I mean, I shouldn't care about the nice one is to just do the dollars from the alert price. Okay. And if you see, I mean, here's the current price of top. My alert price was 261. Do I care about that anymore? Of course not. So I could almost just go down through all of these and see how far away they are. So obviously I've been a little bit remiss. Okay. Hey guys, took most of the OMC out. Don't think I think it's going to be tough to get through that 86. So I've taken most of the OMC out. For tomorrow, the Benzinga. So we have Ozark, OZK, Bank of the Ozarks. That is tomorrow. Zion is tomorrow. That's actually after hours tomorrow. So yeah, so I mean, I could do it. I could use trade ideas to do it, find all the but anyway, it really doesn't matter. But thank you for that. It doesn't really matter because unless I see it either here as an earnings play or here in the option scanner or maybe in the momentum up because, I don't want it's not that I want to see every single earnings play, but I want to see the ones that are abnormal, trading abnormally. So at this point, I'm in no rush to do anything right now. Had a pretty good day. The Joby, talk about timing. Timing is everything, and my timing was off. You know, I tried shorting this one, and it finally did what I was hoping it would do, but just didn't do it when I was in it. But could have got back in it, I suppose, here on that eight, on that breakdown here. And again, guys, for me, an earnings play is anything that releases earnings. Okay, for tomorrow, earnings plays for me tomorrow will be anything that release after hours today and then pre-market tomorrow. Those are the earnings plays that I like to see. So yeah, I actually have that one thumbnailed, SXTP. I noticed it's just over the VWAP. SXTP was of course pretty active in the pre-market, but oh man, I mean it's really a tough one for me to look at. I know what you're saying, but look at all these topping tails and bottoming tails, even on a 15-minute chart. Pretty pretty erratic, but it is over the VWAP 307. But as Shady says, you'd have to put a pretty wide stop on something like this. And so he's talking about a stop low of the 1 o'clock candle, the 15-minute candle. But that would mean it would have gone through the VWAP. So I don't know. Okay, guys, make sure my sound toggle. No, I've got the sound toggle on. So let's take a trade. I said this yesterday. I should be trying using the simulator a little bit more, at least to demonstrate how you can use it. Let's say I wanted to take pump on a pullback, maybe to 1021. Hopefully this what I made the change yesterday. Yes. Okay. So you see what I did? Now, if you don't have an act, if you want to try something like this, and you're looking at the buy button and it's grayed out like the sell button is, okay, I can show you how to get the buy button so you can actually click on it. So what I did was I put an alert down here to buy it at 10:20. It automatically put a stop at the low of the day. Of course, you don't have to use that, but that is the so-called strategy that I activated for my buy button. You can, of course, create your own. Well, let's see if it does it. Let's see if it pulls back to the low of that candle. It'll take the trade if it does. Yeah, I have CVNA thumbnailed, and I do see it sort of hanging around the VWAP. Actually, it's quite a bit above it. Well, 51.85. So they say 52, so it's a little bit above the VWAP right now. Yeah, so I mean, it's if I were going to take this, it looks like 56 could block it. So that's what I'd be looking at as a potential block. Just looking at the 15-minute chart. Yeah, well, I mean, you'd have to have at least a dollar stop, in my opinion. Even if you use the VWAP as your stop, 51.85. Now you're probably talking maybe way down here, but if you use the VWAP as your stop, muted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Muted, yes. The CFG is still has a little bit of room. I don't have any more of this left, but 31.58 is the next high. Thank you, Pepe. Now, risky business. CLBR, guys, very risky, but it's just just above the high of yesterday. That's why I guess I had an alert set. Now let's do the reverse for fiber, FYBR. I'm going to drop the buy button. I'm going to click on the buy button, and let's take it. Let's say if it gets to up to this area here, 15.14. Okay. So you can see, so if it gets to 15.15, it'll take the trade, put the stop again at the low of the day. Now you don't have to have a stop at the low of the day. This is just this, the strategy here, not my strategy. This is one of the default strategies, taking $5,000 at the market, stop at the low. Of course, you can create your own, but I'm just demonstrating how you can do it. Let's see if that does it. AI is starting to curl a bit, guys. AI. Say the low of about 40 and up to 40.62 now. Hit fairly hard early on. Big red candle here, 12.15 candle. How did this odd end up doing? ODD. How did it end up doing? Price at $35 a share. So this is definitely way above. Only a million shares though. So let me see who's behind this one and where are they out of. So what I'm doing is I'm going to my calendar, my IPO calendar. Okay. And go to the IPO calendar. So there's wow, some big guys behind it. So that was wrong. They said that was a misprint then. I didn't think that could possibly be. Ah, I read that wrong. It's my bad. I read that wrong. They were talking about indicating opening 49.25 on a million shares. Okay. So 12 million have been released or issued and suggested IPO price was going to be 35. Of course, it's way above that. Look who's behind it. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, Barclays. So some big guys, excuse me, some big guys are behind this one. Oddity Tech. So obviously this is not a China stock. I was hoping it would be. They can be crazy. Oops. Oh, interesting. This is an Israeli stock. That's really interesting. Certainly general information. Lots of we deploy algorithms and machine learning models. So it's an AI play, guys. Bring artificial intelligent based molecule discovery, etc. So basically, it's an AI play. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick an alert up in this area right up here and see if it takes it out later on. 49.47. It could get it running for a bit. The high, actually, why not? 49.91. See if it takes out the high, which is almost 50, and see if it has a bit of a run later. VWAP is not a lot of data, but 48.69, that is the VWAP right now for ODD. All right, guys. Well, things have really settled down. Look at the spy over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost an hour and a half. Just kind of chopping up and down, bottoming tails, few topping tails. Okay, what is the reason why this legal zoom is moving higher? Any particular reason? All I see is JMP saying we're reiterating a $15 price target. That's all I can see. Oh yeah, I know there are a lot of earnings calendars out there, and as far as the whisper is concerned, one of the things I don't do, though, of course, I don't. All I care about is what stocks are going to be releasing. I really listen. If people can use that earnings whisperer to their advantage, great. But I don't want to be. I don't want to be tempted just because I'm reading stuff, and 9 out of 10 analysts say this stock should go up on based on earnings tomorrow. I don't care. Okay. But yeah, earnings whisperers. I mean, it has that nice calendar. Yeah, it posts the dates. Yes, completely agree. Well, this is ripping, guys. I'm not in it. CLBR, not in it. Now it's an all-time high. CLBR. This is, of course, an acquisition. This is a SPAC. SPAC, SPAC, SPAC. The VWAP in trading view is 48.72, and trade ideas is 48.96 for what stock, Sandra? I mean, I won't be able to tell you, but I mean, what stock, just so I can see myself. Oh, odd. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe because it's so darn new. I really can't answer that. 48.67. I mean, it's pretty close. I mean, I've got I have a trading view chart, and it looks like it's basically the same. It says 48.71. I mean, I don't think we have to quibble within 4 cents. Okay. I don't mean you're quibbling. Okay. I'm just saying, I'm looking at my trading view chart that I have. It looks like it's around, yeah, 48.72, and this says 48.67. I guess it depends when you look at it. Okay. But something that is this new, possible that there could be little variances. So what is it? Tesla? That's the only one you want to look at tomorrow, PJ? T-Dub. This just showed up. T-Dub. It's pretty cheap. I'm sort of souring on these cheaper ones now. Oh, I see. I thought that, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, I could construct a top list, and put minus 25, minus 0.25, and plus 0.25 in the min and the max, and then put nothing else in, maybe nothing else in, and it would give me a list. But to be honest, it really doesn't matter. I mean, unless I see it here or somewhere else, I don't want to trade it unless it's trading abnormally. So this is going to tell me, this will tell me tomorrow in the option scanner and in the earnings plays. This will tell me whether it's trading abnormally. I'm assuming you're out of the OMC, Shady. I don't know where your stop was, but I'm assuming you're out of it. Maybe not. Depends where your stop is, I guess. You probably made 86. Yeah, I was going to say, probably made 86.80. All right, guys. Well, 206. So things have really, really slowed down for me. Yeah, I'm just not as interested in these little guys now. To be honest, just not that interested. I mean, only if I see a massive void and which, teed up, don't see it. Yeah, would have been a little $30 short. So here is a financial one. Okay. I mean, I don't know if we classify it as a bank exactly, but financial and NDAQ. So it's not really a bank, but this one is certainly moving down. 5007, too much. Yeah, fortunately, I think there's too much support right around 50 for this one. NDAQ. So, guys, again, resist the urge to trade out of boredom. Okay, I know it's hard. Okay, guys, I'm not on mute. I'm just really have nothing to say. What I'm doing is I'm actually reading a discussion within Trade Ideas right now. Okay, so fiber is still hanging around the VWAP. FYBR market is definitely kind of selling off a little bit. NAS is down, Dow is up, SPY is almost flat. Squeeze, please. I think I saw you mention that one, Aaron. I think you mentioned that one to Jamie in the YouTube room. Well, what do you think is going to make this? I mean, I see the short float is 60%. You're right, but I wish you luck. Boy, this has just been really, really beaten up. 20-cent stock, high short float percent, low float, but it's not doing anything. Just absolutely not doing anything. Okay, guys, what time is it? 2:12. So another 50 minutes or so, 50 minutes or so. Be shutting the room down around 3. I'll always stay later if there are some questions. Man, I may even turn into a PJ. I'm just really not that interested in these cheaper ones now. There was actually a time when I wouldn't even look at a stock under 20. Okay, let's take a look at TGUF. First of all, is it shortable for me? Not that I'm going to do it, but let's see if it's shortable for me. And the answer is wow, lots of shares available. Yeah, I mean this to me, yeah, look at that. $3. $3 looks like it could easily stall it. A lot of shares available, 1.5 million at Interactive Brokers. The next high custom filter. No, I don't think there's any way to display that on a chart. I mean, the next high, believe the only way we see it is if when you click on it and it's at the high, then it's going to look left and it's going to draw that red line. Okay. But there's no way to have that automatically drawn. Yeah, this is actually it's a very interesting short possibility for TDUP. Okay. Because it looks like three could stall it, the whole number itself, but all that, I mean, look on the daily chart, and you see all sorts of stuff happening right around three. And explain shorting shares. Okay, in a very simple way, not because you're simple. Okay, it's just in a very simple way. When you buy something, you hope it goes up in price. I mean, that's typically right. When you buy something, you hope it goes up in price. When you short something, you hope it goes down in price. I mean, that's a very simple way to look at it. Okay, so shorting, a couple of things have to happen though. First of all, your broker has to have shares available to short. You'll hear me say many times that I don't have any shares to short at Interactive Brokers. For instance, I can only talk about Interactive Brokers because other brokerages can have shorts that available that Interactive Brokers don't. As an example, okay. So that's you'll hear me say that I can't short this because Interactive Brokers doesn't have don't have doesn't not have shorts available. So really, all it is, if I wanted to short this one right now, wow, look at that, should have. No, but seriously, if I wanted to short this one right now, I pick the price I want to short at, and now let's say I wanted to short. Let's just do it right on the chart, or right on the right here. Do 500 shares. Now your broker may be different, but I mean, you click this in this particular case. Sometimes there is actually like a short button. It all depends on your broker. In mine, it's just sell. So I sell, and I'll go out at the market, and you're going to see 500 shares, and you might notice there's a minus sign. I think that's typical for most brokers. Okay, so it says minus 500. That means I'm short, and my entry was 126. Now at this point, I hope it goes down. Okay, that's how you'll make money as opposed to going up. Now what happens is if it gets down to a certain price, maybe whatever, just like when you buy something, if it gets up to a certain price, you may sell it and take your profit. Shorting, you're hoping the price goes down. Okay, and then you buy it at that lower price, which is, I don't want to just want to make it super simple. I hope it moves. and you'll see what I'm talking about. And it's called covering your short position. But without getting, you don't. I mean, I think people get hung up on the technicalities of shorting. The big thing is, do you have shorts available at your broker? Well, if how do you choose if you think a stock is going to go down? I mean, how do you choose to go long? Going long is just buying, okay? So how do you choose to go long a stock, Session? Oh, I see. Well, I just did it. I pressed the sell button. Now, again, your broker, Interactive Brokers, for instance, it's the same thing. I would press the sell button. Now, your broker may be different. Sometimes there's a button that's devoted. It might say short sell or something like that. Well, I can't answer for every brokerage platform, but in Interactive Brokers, if I wanted to short, I just click the sell button, just like I did here, actually. You're borrowing it. I see. That's why I don't really want to get to. I mean, in theory, you're borrowing the shares, and that's why every you have to find out if your broker has shares available to borrow. Okay, but to make it just super simple, if you can borrow the shares, you pick the price you want to borrow them at, and you hope the price goes down. Okay, and then as it goes down, you cover at a lower price, and the difference between where you shorted it and where you covered it is your profit. Exactly. Just think about it in just reverse process. I buy something and then it goes up. I sell it higher. So no, my profit is obviously the difference between where I sell it and where I bought it, assuming it goes up. Well, that's more option jargon, Chris. But that's simple. Just I like to keep things super simple. Okay. I mean, rather than getting too complicated about the explanation of shorting, just think, if I short it, I want the price to go down, and then in theory, I buy it at the lower price, and that gives me my profit. The same thing, though. I mean, I'll have a stop loss. So if I was in this, was this one? BSGM. So if it starts moving against me, I'll have my stop loss will be above the current price. It's the same idea. You always have to have a stop. The same way, though, if I bought this stock hoping it would go up, I would have to have a price that if it goes down to a price I want to get out below where I bought it, of course. When you're shorting, your stop will be somewhere above the price that you shorted it at. You guys have been talking about iron, IREN. Well, what I would do, I mean, listen, shorting is an awesome, it depends on the market. I mean, shorting is a great way to make money. Going long is it can be a great way to going make money. That's why you can practice though in the simulator. The only thing I would do is before you take a short in the simulator is make sure that it is available at your broker to short. Now, Interactive Brokers is awesome. I've got this little pop up here, and it's telling me, for instance, this is OMC, 5.78 million are available to short. So there would be no problem shorting it. Okay. But your broker, I'm pretty sure OMC would be widespread, but your broker may not have shorts available. So, if you're going to do it, if you want to see how it works, make it real so that you can check to see whether or not your broker has shorts. Oh, let me just add the stop here. Just add the stop, and let's see, put it. Whoops. Yeah, put it right up here, the high right there. Again, this is in the simulator. So you'll see it stop. So if I get stopped out, I'll be out $47 in the simulator. Brian, I don't know. A good voice scan that gives you info on live trending stocks. I really don't know. For free, I really don't know. I don't I can't answer that. I don't know what would give you live calls as you're calling them. I really don't know. You're always going to have to pay usually for something. Benzinga is one. You're saying it's 175 a month. Well, but I don't know. Sorry. Yeah, I'm just not too into listening to somebody on the chatter. I mean, a lot of. I mean, listen. I know William does something, but I think it costs him too. I think it's Trader Exchange or something like that. But I would just find it a little too confusing having to listen to somebody saying information about a stock. If it's going to move, normally we will see it on the chart, and by the time you actually listen and hear, it could be too late anyway. But that's just my opinion. Wow, things have really slowed down, guys. I'm surprised they're this slow. I mean, I rarely trade on the news that I see. I mean, just based on news. Now, we will see sometimes where you'll see a stock racing higher intraday. And yeah, you're right. IB might have that news, or somebody in the room will say, "Hey, this is the news." And if it sounds like it's pretty good, yeah, maybe I'll take a flyer at it. But I don't trade on the news as such. News for me is a bonus. Okay. So, when I'm talking about I have a checklist and everything has to be checked. News is not one of them. So news for me is a bonus. I'm not in anything now, Heather. I'm done. I've been out the OMC. Well, OMC has come right back down, but that was the last thing I did. Little, well, I'll call it a scalp. Well, this CFG has just been strong all day. Another new high here. Definitely. All eyes on Tesla and Netflix, the two biggies after hours. Okay, guys, 2:29. So one last look at my homepage before in about half an hour, I'll be wrapping this up. All right. If you click on my homepage link, again, a way in which you can take out a subscription right here. There's a promo code you can use, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only. If you do want to take out, if you have a monthly subscription right now and you want to get into an annual, I can give you a 25% promo code. You just have to ask me for it. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started for 30 minutes, 10 short videos. You download and install your first startup and login. Introduction to scans, top lists, and windows and alert windows. Okay. New to trading, we've got a course for you, Trading 101. It is free. Okay. About 38 videos. And I think the last two, I believe Michael Noss at Trader Is put this together. I believe he said goes over the idea of having a trading plan. Okay. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. The big education section is here. Here are my scans. If you want to take a look at my scans, here they are. So again, if you're just looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, you just have to scroll down, okay? And here they are. And again, if you do want to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. Use my homepage link, use my promo code. This is a free room. I'd like to keep it that way. When you use my promo code, the room gets credit. So the company knows that the room is working. Okay, it's a free room, but we use it for marketing, obviously. So again, guys, I'm sure I'm not gonna take anything now. So if you have any questions, good time to ask questions. I'm looking at Root. Root is still butting its head up against the VWAP. 1227 is the VWAP. Still kind of butting its head up against it. The whole number rejection again. I mean, it poked above, it got up to 1305, but if you recall when I was talking about it, the bid was still below 13. Yeah, this has a chance to actually trade the float. 11 million have traded, 16 million in the float. Another 5 million to go. Hour and a half to go. Could trade. Ooh, look at CNK. I'm not in this one anymore. This just made a new high. Why did I get out? Because when I looked left, that next high was pretty close. 1594. Yeah, crazy action on this SPAC. So they're merging with a company called Public Square to create patriotic what? Okay, well, okay, a patriotic marketplace, which is a powerful platform that connects businesses sharing the common ethos of putting America first. Now, when will they go public with that one? That's the question. One moment, please. Shoot, why am I halted? Thank you. So the question for me was, do I see a recession coming? So I'll have to say it all over again. No, so I'm the wrong person. I don't really look at it like that. I mean, I'm not certainly not a pundit, but if you probably went to 20 websites, you might get, 15 might say yes, five might say no, or 15 might say no, and five might say yes. I really don't care because I'm more of an intraday trader. I just trade what the charts are telling me. Looked at XLE. XLE is the only major index or the only major sector that is below the 200-day moving average. So, right now, sure, could there be a recession? They keep talking about recession, but I don't know. I'm certainly don't make any predictions one way or the other. All I know is that there were, so many people that when the SPY was at 380, that was it. It was going to 300. But look what happened now. But again, I'm not that interested in knowing whether there's going to be a recession or not. Not based on intraday trading. What do you mean by the $17 a month, Brian? Netflix? What do you mean by that? Okay, so what you're looking at is that the swing trade, the $17 a month, that is a swing trade subscription, okay, in which you'll get delivered um, five stocks every month, or sorry, every week. You can take a look at. Okay, that is sort of a super entry level. Now, if you're a subscriber, you already have that. Okay, if you click on new, dog channel bar, and swing picks. But if you're this is sort of a real entry level, you'll have an email. It'll outline how you can use it, and you'll have five stocks. Okay, good for people that obviously don't want to spend time looking at a computer all day long. You maybe if I have no, be honest, I have no idea how good it is. Because I'm not a swing trader, so I don't really look at them. All right, guys. Let's see, 1240, 241. Good. I'm glad that the TI strength alerts have been impressive. Good. Well, look at the market, guys. Look at this market now. I'm gonna put in watch watch us put in a big green bar to wipe all this out. Air. I haven't seen air all day. AIR. What is it doing? This is the earnings play. So it actually went negative now. So guys, I have to make sure I see this one tomorrow. The TOST, I don't know if this is just way, way oversold based on that news. The fact that they dropped the 99 cents, they call it the dollar fee that they were charging customers. They dropped it and they said, we're sorry. So we'll have to see if this has a nice rally tomorrow. Again, this is what we're talking about. After it eliminates the controversial fee, so they were getting money, approximately a dollar. You have to read through this. My sense is that this was way overdone, but the market's telling us right now it isn't. But tomorrow we might have a bit of a rally in this one, TOST. Boy, this CFG, this was the one. I mean, I basically picked the ally to stick with, but this was the one. CFG has just been strong all day. The next high looking left on that weekly is 31.58. It's right there. It's right there. The next high on that weekly is 31.58. After that, the next high is 32.49. Strong, strong stock all day long. Just like just small pauses. But what you have to love about something like this is you don't see giant red bars. Giant red bars which would knock you out of the trade. I got out of it because I was too wrapped up in the ally. Not too wrapped up, but I thought I would just stick with the ally. So I did okay in the CFG, but obviously not as good as I could have done, or as well as I could have done. So the difference between the ally and the CFG is that right about there, it hasn't moved higher. If you look at the CFG, had some pauses, but it just kept moving higher and higher and higher. Anyway, tomorrow's another day. I will absolutely be looking at some of these regional banks, assuming they come through on the option on the this or the option scanner. Both of those came on the option scanner, of course. Yeah, well, I mean, the call was only just to tell you that I didn't take the trade, but yeah, yeah, I did not take the trade, but yeah, I mean, another regional bank. Next high is 39. So the next high is about a dollar away. But you're right. I mean, that spy pullback did not affect the USB at all. And that's what we want, of course. We want to find those alpha stocks that are not so tied into what the market is doing. And that's what these regional banks that have had earnings today, that's kind of what they've done. Okay, you're making me look at this IREN. IREN. Low float. Okay, that's low, but it's not crazy low. 39 million, 40, 39 million in the float. Looks like it's right at the VWAP. Look left. Okay, I'll look left. Oh yeah, I mean, okay, the PGY looking left was um yeah, on the weekly 923 looks like the next high. Too much information, Denver. Way too much information. But good luck. Good luck. You know, it's funny, my daily chart, for whatever reason, seems to lag. The weekly doesn't. The weekly doesn't, and the monthly doesn't. I don't know what's going on. Hmm. I may have to yeah, delete that just in case there, people here, Leah, don't take offense, but we have some sensitive people and have to be aware of that. Not sensitive, but just I just deleted that. So, guys, the PGY, this is one that I was watching yesterday. And I mean, you talk about something that has to be watched tomorrow. Take a look at this one, the PGY. It's not a low float, 291 million in the float. So it's not a low float, but it is just having a bit of a run over the last month. Well, 3 weeks plus this month, almost say 3 weeks, almost a month. But the big deal of it, of course, when you look left, look at that next high on the weekly chart is $8. Now on the daily chart, that's where that red line comes in. On the daily chart, 232 is the next high. Yeah, I don't think there's any news on Tesla. I think it's just people read what they want to read, and everybody's probably saying or maybe there's a more of a consensus that earnings aren't going to be great. But as you know, this doesn't mean anything. Well, I didn't do anything. I just clicked on the alert PGY, okay, and the red line appeared. And I don't, sometimes the red line appears, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know exactly the reason, but I just clicked on the ONDS. There's the red line there. Let's just keep clicking seal. So, I mean, it's possible that the next high is, it's above this current price. So that's why it's not, that's why it's not appearing. But I didn't do anything. Okay. I just clicked on the alert. There it is for Lumen, LUMN right there. So probably in the other ones, there would have been a red line, but it was out of the, it was a lot higher. So it wasn't showing up on the charts. Yes, you have to click on the alert. Absolutely. That you definitely have to click on the alerts. No, nothing to do with the AI, Leanne. No, it's not part of the premium service. But it's a matter of. Let me take a look. So let me ask you this, Poe. Do you have the option play scanner as a? Do you have this? Because I'm noticing here that every single alert that I click, well, so far everything I've clicked on generates that red line, but it is not. It's. Let me make sure that it's not an option. Not they get pay for it, but no, it doesn't look like it. Show indicators. No, it doesn't look like it. But for instance, when I click on blue from here, it's not showing. So I don't know. So it may, it might be the scan or something. Yeah, it looks like. I mean, this option play scan, but I'm not 100% sure why it wouldn't be up here also. Pepe probably knows. All right, guys. So it's almost 3 o'clock. Are there any last minute questions? Again, I'll stick around after three. I don't have to go, but if there are any questions, otherwise I will shut the room down. TTEC is running down. I'm hearing it running down, so moving lower. Temporary help services. So this was not an earnings play. So something happened. Was not too bad at the beginning of the day, but it's given up about $4 now. All right, guys. I don't see any other questions. So yeah, it'll be fun to watch at 4 o'clock or slightly after. I don't know when they actually are going to release their earnings, Tesla and Netflix, close to 4. I think Apple's the only one that does it at, well, I say the only one, but they, for whatever reason, want to delay the anticipation. So they release at around 4:30. I think Tesla and Netflix probably around 4 Eastern time, of course. Okay, everybody. Again, I don't see any questions, so I think I'll wrap this up. Thanks so much for all the help today. I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. You can always show up to the main room by 8 o'clock. It'll be open. You guys can talk amongst yourselves. Then I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. And YouTubers, I'll shut you guys down now too.